오늘 제1회 홍릉 국방포럼의 주제는 불확실성의 시대, 글로벌 중추국가 한국의 국방협력입니다. 오늘 회의에는 여러 국가의 전문가들이 모여 의견을 나눌 예정입니다. 모쪼록 건설적인 논의의 자리가 되길 바라는 마음입니다. 오늘 회의의 첫 순서로 한국국방연구원 김윤태 원장님의 개회사가 있겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시길 부탁드립니다.
먼저 오늘 제1회 홍릉 국방포럼에 함께해 주신 국내외 많은 정부 관료 여러분들, 또 전문가 여러분들, 또 언론인 여러분들 모두에게 환영과 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 특히 바쁘신 일정 가운데 귀중한 시간을 내어주신 신범철 대한민국 국방부 차관님께 특별한 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 아울러 오늘 기조연설을 맡아주신 캐서린 레이퍼 주한 호주 대사님, 또 그리고 오후에 특별연설을 맡아주신 드미트리 포노마렌코 주한 우크라이나 대사님, 감사드립니다. 아울러 본 포럼에 큰 관심을 가지고 참여해 주신 이상현 세종연구소 소장님, 감사드리고요. 아직 안 오신 것 같습니다만 우리 백승주 전 국방부 차관님께서도 곧 오실 것 같고요. 또 김창범 태평양 도서국 대사님께도 감사를 드립니다. 또 먼 길 마다 않고 함께 자리해 주신 수잔 치노이 인도 IDSA 소장님, 또 제임스 크랩트리 IIS 아시아 소장님을 비롯해서 미국, 일본, 중국, 인도, 베트남, 몽골, 말레이시아, EU 등의 연구기관에서 참여해 주신 많은 전문가 여러분들께도 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 존경하는 내외 귀빈 여러분, 오늘날 국제안보 정세는 변화를 넘어 격변의 시대에 들어섰습니다. 미국과 중국의 경쟁은 글로벌 안보의 불안정 요인으로 가시화되고 있고, 러시아 우크라이나 전쟁은 어느덧 10개월째 접어들고 있습니다. 북한은 핵 능력 강화와 함께 핵 사용 의지를 만천하에 공언하고 있습니다. 이외에도 전 지구 차원의 기후변화와 지진 등의 재난은 물론 사이버 범죄에 이르기까지 초국가적 위협 역시 이제 심각한 안보 위협으로 대두된 지 오래입니다. 따라서 이 같은 글로벌 안보 상황의 불안정성과 고강도 안보 위협에 효과적으로 대응하기 위해서는 국제사회의 긴밀한 협력이 필수적입니다. 여기에는 정부 당국 간의 협력도 중요하지만 1.5 트랙에 해당하는 싱크탱크 연구기관 간 협력도 정부 간 협력의 한계와 빈틈을 메울 수 있다는 관점에서 필수적이라 하겠습니다. 이에 저희 카이다는 이 같은 안보 환경 변화와 국제 안보 협력 필요성에 주목하여 다자간 국제 안보 국방회의를 추진하게 되었습니다. 주지하시는 바와 같이 홍릉 국방 포럼은 다음과 같은 특성을 추구하고 있습니다. 첫째, 그간 연중 분산 개최되어 왔던 양자 교류 회의를 통합하여 한 장소에서 3일간 열린다는 점입니다. 이를 통해 회의별 주제에 보다 집중함으로써 최적의 공동 대안을 효과적으로 찾아갈 수 있을 것입니다. 둘째, 본 포럼은 카이다 최초의 국제회의 플랫폼으로 국제관계, 안보, 외교, 경제 중심의 여타 국제회의와 차별화하여 특히 국방에 중점을 맞춘 국방안보 연구 커뮤니티를 추구합니다. 이를 통해 국방 차원의 임팩트 있는 국제 아젠다를 발굴하고 효과적인 대안을 발굴해 나갈 것입니다. 셋째, 양자회의, 다자회의, 만찬 등을 통해 모든 참여국 전문가들에게 다양한 이해와 교류의 장을 제공합니다. 이러한 인적 네트워크 확대는 본 포럼이 매년 한 번 열리는 국제회의를 넘어 연구 교류 협력이 연중 지속될 수 있도록 중요한 플랫폼의 역할을 해 나갈 것입니다. 아무쪼록 이 같은 홍릉 국방 포럼의 취지를 잘 살려서 앞으로 3일간의 일정 동안 여러분들 열정적으로 또 치열하게 토론하면서 풍성한 성과를 거두기를 기대합니다. 한국의 속담에 집 떠나면 고생이다 이런 말이 있습니다. 게다가 앞으로의 3일간의 일정이 굉장히 빡빡해서 여러분들 건강을 해치지 않을까 하는 염려도 됩니다. 지금 날씨도 많이 춥고요. 서울에 계시는 동안 여러분들 건강 또 컨디션 관리에도 이렇게 잘 신경을 써주셨으면 좋겠다는 말씀을 드리고요. 저희 카이다도 정성을 다하겠습니다. 다시 한번 제1회 홍릉 국방 포럼에 참여해 주신 여러분들 모두에게 감사의 말씀을 드리고 마지막으로 근본 포럼이 저희 카이다에서 주최하는 최초의 다자간 국제회의입니다. 그러다 보니까 우리 카이다 관계자 여러분들이 굉장히 수고가 많으셨습니다. 이 자리를 빌어서 여러분들의 수고와 노고에 대해서도 깊은 치하의 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
감사합니다, 원장님. 다음은 오늘의 포럼을 축하해 주시기 위해서 국방부 차관님께서 오셨습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 차관님을 환영해 주십시오.
Good morning. My name is Bom Chul-shin. I'm Vice Minister of the Ministry of National Defense. I came here on behalf of my minister, Defense Minister Lee Jong-sop, because he has another event, so he cannot come to here. Let me start my thank you for all participants, distinguished guests, and the professor I know, Professor Lee Jong-min, who I respect most, and Dr. Lee Sang-hyun. And I also want to recognize President Kim Yoon-tae for preparing this wonderful event, and then other staffs and members of KIDA. This is not easy event because KIDA is used to working on the focused in the research on the defense issues. International event is rarely happened here in KIDA. It's really momentum for the expanding KIDA's role to working on the global issue together. Now I'm going to read Defense Minister Lee's message. 안녕하십니까? 국방부 차관 신범철입니다. 장관님 축사를 대독하겠습니다. 2022년 홍릉 국방포럼 개최를 진심으로 축하합니다. 먼저 오늘 뜻깊은 자리를 마련해 주신 김윤태 한국국방연구원장님과 기조연설을 맡아주신 캐서린 레이퍼 주한 호주 대사님을 비롯한 관계관 여러분께 깊이 감사드립니다. 아울러 바쁘신 와중에도 자리를 빛내주신 각국 대사님들과 안보 전문가 여러분, 주제 발표와 토론을 맡아주신 모든 분들께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 최근 세계 안보 환경은 급격하게 변하고 있으며 국제 질서는 다양한 도전에 직면하고 있습니다. 영토, 자원, 종교 등으로 국가 간 갈등이 여전히 지속되는 가운데 코로나19와 같은 신종 감염병을 비롯하여 기후변화, 사이버, 우주 등 새롭게 부상하고 있는 비전통 위협도 우리의 안보를 위협하고 있습니다. 특히 북한은 국제사회가 합의한 UN 안전보장이사의 결의를 정면으로 위반하고 핵, 미사일 능력을 고도화하며 한반도는 물론이고 국제사회의 평화와 안정을 심각하게 위협하고 있습니다. 이에 대한민국은 국제사회의 책임 있는 일원으로서 보편적 가치에 기초한 규칙 기반의 국제질서 강화를 위해서 노력하고 있습니다. 또한 글로벌 중추국가로서 영내 안보에 기여하기 위해 전통적 안보는 물론이고 비전통 안보 분야까지 영내외 국가들과의 협력을 적극 확대해 나가고 있습니다. 아울러 강한 억제력을 바탕으로 힘에 의한 평화를 달성하는 한편 북한이 실질적인 비핵화에 나설 수 있도록 북한 경제와 주민들의 삶을 획기적으로 개선할 수 있는 담대한 구상도 마련하였습니다. 네, 기빈 여러분, 빨리 가려면 혼자 가고 멀리 가려면 함께 가라는 속담이 있습니다. 불확실한 안보 환경 속에서 국제사회가 자유, 평화, 번영을 지키기 위해서는 국가 간 연대와 협력이 중요합니다. 이러한 상황에서 국내외 안보 전문가 및 석학들과 함께 불확실성의 시대, 글로벌 중추국가 한국의 국방협력이라는 주제로 포럼을 갖게 된 것은 시의적절하고 매우 큰 의미가 있다고 생각합니다. 오늘도 심도 있는 논의를 통해서 제시되는 의견들이 국제사회의 평화와 안정 그리고 대한민국의 국방 발전에 큰 도움이 될 수 있기를 기대합니다. 다시 한번 2022년 홍릉 포럼 개최를 축하하며 참석하신 모든 분들의 건승을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다, 차관님. 다음은 캐서린 레이퍼 주한 호주 대사께서 기조연설을 해주시겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수를 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'd like to thank the President of KIDA, Kim Yong-tae, for the opportunity to address you all today. I'd like to acknowledge M&D Vice Minister Shin Bom-chol and say hello to all of our distinguished guests here today. Today I'd like to offer some reflections on strategic dynamics unfolding in the region we share, the Indo-Pacific region. As you know, in the Indo-Pacific, powerful drivers of change are converging to reshape the international order and challenge our interests. These dynamics and the risks they present will only likely intensify, putting more pressure on small and middle powers to make choices inimical to their long-term interests. We know that these challenges are too varied, too big, and too complex for any one country to reliably address alone. So, from the outset, as Australia's ambassador to the Republic of Korea, I'd like to welcome President Yoon's landmark recent announcement of Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy. With this new strategy in mind, I'll now outline how the interests of our two countries are converging and where we can work together to do more to promote regional stability and prosperity. First, let me explain how Australia is responding to this increasingly contested strategic environment. To put it simply, through our Indo-Pacific agenda, we seek to build Australia's domestic resilience and reduce our vulnerability to threats. We seek a balance of power in the Indo-Pacific where no one state can dictate terms or rule through a might is right approach. And we want to influence the character of the region so that it remains one where agency and strategic choice is valued and preserved. We think this approach is not only important, it is a critical endeavour, given that the rules and norms from which democracies like Korea and Australia have benefited are under threat. While some actors are looking to bend these rules and looking to limit the choices of smaller countries, others are breaking the rules altogether. Russia's unprovoked and illegal invasion of Ukraine threatens the rules-based order that is key to our prosperity and security. Putin's threats of nuclear escalation have underlined that Russia poses a risk that no country, Australia included, can ignore. This year, we have seen unprecedented destabilising ballistic missile launches from the DPRK in breach of sanctions. And China's use of economic coercion, often in breach of trade rules, to try to force countries like Australia and Korea to bend to its political will is another example closer to home. As we seek to stabilise our relationship with China, Australia will continue to work with partners like the ROK to build a region where sovereignty is respected. To help realise this, influential middle powers like Australia and Korea must do more to speak up for and invest in the order which we have all benefited from for decades, whether they be security arrangements with trusted partners or supporting bodies that promote free and open trade. At the core of all this cooperation is a shared set of interests and values and a simple belief that we are stronger together than apart. This is why we support President Yoon's vision for the ROK to take a more active role in global and regional affairs. We think this vision befits a country of Korea's weight and influence. Central to this agenda is building a more capable, agile and potent Australian Defence Force. Australia is currently undertaking a defence strategic review which will optimise our ability to meet security challenges over the next decade and beyond. Our Indo-Pacific agendas have a lot in common. We both pursue a positive agenda that invests in the relationships, institutions and systems that preserve our agency. And we look to provide our regional partners with choice. For example, choice in infrastructure and investment, as well as ways to secure supply chains and accelerate climate action. This is particularly important for our friends in Southeast Asia and the Pacific, who also support avenues for disputes to be guided by international law, not by power or size. Australia and Korea have prospered through systems that were introduced after the Second World War, institutions, regional architecture and trade agreements that have helped our economies flourish and underpinned our security. Now that we face increased uncertainty in the future of our region, it is necessary for both of our countries, leading global economies and nations of influence, to step up our efforts in the Indo-Pacific. We cannot remain idle when our interests are threatened, nor can we be silent when others prefer that we do so. Indeed, Korea is in a position now that it's never been in before. It has the political, economic and cultural power to forge new partnerships and build institutions that support its interests and amplify its messages. Korea has the capacity to change and shape the regional environment. It also has friends, like Australia, that are willing to do their share to protect and promote our common interests. As you may know, we have an excellent platform to build further regional cooperation. Australia and Korea have a comprehensive strategic partnership, our CSP, which was agreed at the end of 2021. Our CSP is the foundation of our relationship, upon which we want to build relations between our two countries to even greater heights. It shows where our two countries' security, economic and cultural interests align. In the defence realm, there is plenty of room for growth in Australia-Korea bilateral and regional cooperation. We want to continue to build defence cooperation with Korea. In practical terms, this means enhancing interoperability, increasing the complexity of our exercises and training, expanding personnel exchanges, and developing our defence industry and science cooperation. Of course, these ideas are just the beginning, which is why events such as today's Hongneung Defence Forum are so timely. We value opportunities such as today to outline Australia's vision, our regional policies and priorities, and to highlight where our two countries' interests converge. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
이 세션의 사회는 제임스 프리스톱 미국 허드슨 연구소 선임연구위원님께서 해주시겠습니다. 프리스톱 박사님은 인도 태평양 지역 연구의 전문가이시며 주로 안보 동맹을 연구하시는 분입니다. All right, let's begin this meeting. Dr. Pristop, would you please?
Thank you. Yes. Good morning. I'm Jim Pristop, a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute in Washington, D.C. First, I want to thank KIDA for the invitation to chair this first panel in the inaugural meeting of the Hongneung Forum. I'm truly honored by this invitation. And I'm very pleased to be back here at KIDA, back at KIDA where I have among so many good and very old friends, long-lasting. It's almost like a homecoming for me today, and so I truly appreciate this opportunity to be here. I also want to take this opportunity, as chair of this panel, to offer some brief introductory framing remarks, to wit. Over the past decade, and in particular over the past year, the challenges posed to the international order by Russia, China, and North Korea have only intensified and accelerated, as have alliance-based resolve. Clearly, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has raised questions about the future of the contemporary international order. But the Western alliance-based response, led by the United States, NATO, and the European Union, and Indo-Pacific allies, speaks to the enduring strength of that order and its fundamental values: democracy, sovereignty, transparency, the rule of law, opposition of force or coercion to change the status quo, and the peaceful resolution of disputes. A response that was clearly unanticipated by the Kremlin. The strong support extended to Ukraine by allies and strategic partners underscores the universality of the international order, reflecting concerns as initially expressed by Japan's Prime Minister Kishida at the March 3rd Quad meeting, that unilateral changes in the status quo, like Russia's invasion of Ukraine, cannot be tolerated in the Indo-Pacific region. This has been reinforced most recently by the Phnom Penh Statement. At the same time, a growing resolve to support a free and open Indo-Pacific is now manifest beyond the region in Europe. The Netherlands Indo-Pacific guidelines link Europe's prosperity and security to the Indo-Pacific. At the Atlantic Council in March, then UK Foreign Secretary Liz Truss argued that conflict anywhere threatens security everywhere. The Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific are indivisible. Standing together, the Allies will face down aggression around the world, from the South China Sea to Eastern Europe. Truss's remarks made clear the importance of sustaining Western unity in the face of challenges to the international order. Perhaps the most long-standing impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine is in the growing recognition of the indivisibility of order in Europe and in the Indo-Pacific. The quiet coming together of shared values and interests among allies and strategic partners in support of a rules-based international order in Europe and the Indo-Pacific points affirmatively in the direction of sustainability. The task will not be easy. Sacrifices will be required. Significant challenges lie ahead in the maritime domain, across the Taiwan Strait, and on the Korean Peninsula, and must be addressed. And for that, we will now turn to our panel. We will go in the following order in terms of presentations. Eric Maubrand, Ida Masafumi, Joel Ruthenow, Dang-Hyun Lee, Sang-Hyun Lee, Volodymyr Havrilov, Minister of Defense of Ukraine, and then Chen Wei by a video call from China. So with that, let's begin. Eric?
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation here. My name is Eric, and I have 3 themes in my presentation today. My first theme is that the defense context in Asia today ought to be understood against the backdrop of competition to redefine what Asia is. I believe this competition is a key feature of our world order today. One source of this competition has been centrally directed investment from China toward other parts of the region. These investments have fostered new forms of connectivity and new forms of dependency, and they're reshaping power relations within countries in the region and between countries. A second source of this competition comes from the outward linkages of a country such as Korea. Korea is becoming embedded in South and Southeast Asia in new ways, through investment, aid, infrastructure projects, and social ties. This effort has not been entirely deliberate, but it has had regular effects. Korea has been Asianized, but that process also points to a distinct meaning of Asia. A third source is the Indo-Pacific vision of the United States and Japan. This Asia is maritime, and it seems to be oriented toward countering China. It's a vision of Asia that leaves much out. It leaves out the continental connections in the region, for example, border conflict between China and India. It leaves out also the deep and complex relationships that have emerged between Northeast Asia and parts of Southeast Asia. This competition comes on top of older definitions of Asia, rendering Cold War-based definitions of a bifurcated region somewhat less relevant than they were in the past. It's in the context of this contestation to define Asia that the United States has invited Korea to become engaged in broader regional defense matters. And this brings me to my second theme, which is that today we have several key terms that are in search of meaning. We've seen a profound rhetorical shift in US-Korea relations as both sides have pledged to form a global partnership. This move is a sharp departure from the past. Instead of an alliance that is specifically centered on military affairs and specifically oriented to protecting South Korea from North Korea, we now have commitment to a far wider partnership. South Korea has long been reluctant to risk becoming entangled in wider regional security matters. Now, the country has reversed course and indicated that the partnership with the United States is so important that Koreans should bear that risk. Global partnership is one of these terms that is in search of meaning. The scope and boundaries of this partnership remain unspecified. We do not know exactly what areas will be covered, and we do not know what it means if there's a crisis in the Taiwan Straits, and we do not know what happens if Korea finds itself vulnerable economically to China. Another one of our terms, global comprehensive strategic alliance, looking for meaning. I think the phrase Indo-Pacific is another term that needs meaning. The United States might give it a particular meaning, but the term may not have the same meaning to US partners such as Korea or Southeast Asian countries. There are lots of these new terms. Global pivotal state is a big one in Korea today. What that exactly means is something yet to be determined. My third and final theme here is that now is an exciting moment to do the work of giving these terms meaning. It's a good opportunity for partners to work together and find these meanings. For Korea, there is an opportunity to shape what is meant by the Indo-Pacific, a chance to leverage the alliance with Washington to help Washington understand what the Indo-Pacific can and ought to mean. I think that's something that's good for Korea, for the United States, and for the region. So far, what has happened is a change of words. The new Southern policy has been dumped instead of developed further. We instead now have new slogans that have been developed really without content yet. The rollout of Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy last month, after 6 months, gave us a statement that really only echoes the US vision of the Indo-Pacific strategy. There's not even a new term for the strategy. And there's little that's Korean in Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy either. This is strange because Asia cannot possibly look the same from Seoul as it does from Washington. Korea has distinct vulnerabilities and distinct relationships within the region, ones that the United States does not. I find it odd that the strategy has little of that flavor in it. The orientation of the new Korean Indo-Pacific strategy is clearly not toward Asia, but toward the United States. And yet, the United States, I think, needs a partner who can honestly set out its challenges and point to the unique contributions that it can make in the region. Partners get along by sharing their differences, not by glossing over them in order to celebrate partnership. I think if Korea is going to play a larger role in the region, then Seoul ought to share what Asia looks like from its perspective. Let me wrap up my comments here. So to conclude, to get to the cooperation that our moderator has spoken about, especially at a time when uncertainty is rising and when the scope of security matters has expanded tremendously, as it has now, we need clarity rather than cloudiness in building concepts for cooperation. Thanks.
I'm Masafumi Ida from the National Institute for Defense Studies. First of all, I would like to express my great thanks to the KIDA to holding this Hongneung Defense Forum. I think it represents the South Korean efforts to make a great contribution to stabilize the regional and international order. So I'm really happy to be here. So today, I'd like to talk a little bit about the emergence of axis of revisionists from my point of view. And this axis of revisionists destabilizes the stability in East Asia and also the worldwide. I think now, since the end of the Cold War, we have been enjoying the so-called liberal international order. So this is really important orders which provide the prosperity and stability in this region. So I think there are some important features of this liberal international order. For example, as economy, so the free trade and open market, they are really an important feature. And also we have the international institutions like the WTO and the IMF and so on to support this economic orders. Regarding to the security, for example, that we share the norm of the non-aggression or the peaceful resolution or non-proliferation. And also the international and regional institutions like UN and ARF and US-led alliances supported this security order in this region. And so as to the norm or values, of course, the freedom and the democracy and the human rights, rule of law, so these are really, really important shared values which is supporting the liberal international order. And also this liberal international order, generally speaking, has been led by the United States leadership, and also it is supported by US allies and partners like Japan, South Korea, and so on, and also shared by many of the countries all over the world. But now we are facing with the emergence of the revisionist powers, especially in this region. First of all, Russia. So as everybody knows that Russia invaded Ukraine by force. So this is a clear violation against the international law and also the liberal international order. And these Russian actions significantly give threat toward the European security order. And not only European order, but also the global order, including the East Asia. And the second is the North Korea. So the North Korea continue to pursue the development of the missile and the nuclear powers. And also the North Korea is taking the very provocative actions, especially toward the South Korea and also the regional countries, including Japan. So, and also the North Korea poses us the challenges, challenge to the non-proliferation regime, regional stability, and also I think the North Korea is an immediate threat to Japan and South Korea. But from my point of view, the most powerful and the most problematic and significant emerging revisionist power is China. So China is trying to revise the existing economic order. For example, China uses the economic coercion and intimidations towards some of the democratic countries like South Korea, Australia, and to some extent to Japan, and some of the European countries. And also China forces the Western companies to transfer their very valuable, very important technologies.
So I'm sorry. If you say next page, then we'll turn over the other page.
I forgot that. Yes, this one. So, yeah. And also China is constructing the new international economic frameworks like the AIIB, BRI, and RCEP. And recently, China started to establish the Global Development Initiative Friends that are inviting more than 60 developing countries. So China is doing so. And China also is revising the existing security order. As everybody knows, that China continues to the military modernization, and also China is striving for a so-called world-class military by the 2049. And also, China is taking the assertive behaviors against Taiwan, especially Taiwan. And also, these activities around Chinese activities around Taiwan actually threaten the sea lines of communication of many of the East Asian countries going through the Taiwan Strait or going through the Bashi Channel or toward the South China Sea. And also, China is expanding their military operation and military presence, not only in the South China Sea but in the East China Sea. These are the major factors to destabilize the East Asian regional order. And also, China is revising the existing norms and values. For example, China is maintaining the undemocratic one-party political system under the Chinese Communist Party, and also China committed the violation of human rights and freedom in Hong Kong, Xinjiang, and other parts of China, and also they oppresses the minorities inside China. And also, Xi Jinping is concentrating its political power, and that means the lesser diversity in the Chinese leadership. That's going to be maybe problematic. And also, China is pursuing their Chinese version of the common values of humanity. So anyway, China is making every effort to changing the existing liberal international order. So whether next, yes. So whether this liberal international order, on the one part, now we face the so-called collusion of revisionist appeals. So China and North Korea support Russia in Ukraine war. And also China and Russia protect North Korea in the UN Security Council. And also China and Russia conduct often conduct the joint strategic patrols around Japan. So it's very clear that these three revisionist powers is enhancing their cooperation, help each other to change the status quo and to change the liberal international order in this region. But on the other hand, we also see that the coalition of status quo nations is revitalized. For example, the NATO's come to unite to respond to Russia, which invaded Ukraine, and also the NATO countries. This effort is supported by some of the Indo-Pacific democracies, including Japan and other India and the South Korea and so on. And the U.S. competition with China is also supported by the allies and the partners in the Pacific, and also European countries also is helping the U.S. efforts to counter the Chinese efforts to change the liberal international order. So as a result, I think that now the strategic competition between the revisionist camp and the status quo camp over future international order tends to intensify in coming years. So probably we can call, of course it's very debatable, but maybe we can call this competition as the new Cold War. So what are the trends in the coming decades? I think China's influence all over the world keep to increase because of China's growing national power. And compared to China, maybe the other powers will reduce their national powers. I mean, their power will decline. But at the same time, the U.S. leadership gains more support from especially the democracies, but lesser from the developing countries. So what we should do, I think that we have to much pay attention to the developing countries, so-called global south. I think the global south becomes a major theater of this competition. So I think that we, the West, we need to offer the developing countries with more opportunities for economic growth, economic development in existing economic order, in the liberal international order. And so on, and to achieve this one, I think we have to respect for the voices of the status quo southern nations in current political and security order. So we need the cooperation, the coordination, the contribution from the global south to maintain this liberal international order. So this is my views. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. President Kim and friends from KIDA, thanks so much for inviting us to be here to attend this inaugural, very important multilateral defense dialogue. Thank you. So my comments today are going to focus on U.S.-China strategic competition. 2022 U.S. national security strategy talks about a decisive decade in the 2020s going forward. And one of the most important features of the global strategic landscape, of course, will be how the United States and China in this decisive decade can manage our strategic competition. So what I want to argue here is that although I foresee an intensifying competition that will affect all of us in this room, on the other hand, I think that an outright confrontation, so Cold War 2.0, can be avoided and is not likely if we're able to effectively manage relations between the United States in concert with our key allies and China. So the United States-China competition now is multifaceted and comprehensive. It spans all dimensions of national power. In terms of diplomacy, you are seeing right now a competition for allies and partners. You are seeing in the information space a competition for narrative. So you see, for example, China routinely questioning the merits of US-style democracy. You are seeing the United States labeling China as a revisionist power. In the military domain, of course, within Asia, you see quite an intensifying competition over military technology, questions of access for the United States to Asia, but also globally, you see an incipient competition for military access for US and Chinese forces. And of course, in the economic realm, you are seeing a strengthening competition over access to advanced technology, access to advanced labor and capital, and so on. So you see quite a widespread and growing competition along all of these dimensions. Within the Asia-Pacific region, I would argue that the competition is playing out in some way on different playing fields. The United States is, I think, focusing on our core strategic comparative advantage, which is our historic alliances rooted in common interests and common values. China is playing a different game on a different playing field. They are focusing on their advantage in being able to direct huge amounts of state funding through the Belt and Road Initiative and other projects, and more recently the global development and global security initiatives, to a much larger cast of characters. And so you see this competition continuing to evolve with both sides trying to undermine the strategic influence within Asia of the other. I also see a weakening of the bases of traditional support for US-China relations in many different ways. So during the COVID pandemic, you have seen much weaker actual people-to-people dialogue between US and Chinese. You have seen much weaker official and elite discussions between the US and Chinese, although now I think those restrictions are starting to come down. You're also seeing at the popular level quite a very high level of distrust and negative attitude among Americans towards China and among Chinese towards America. So you can see here on the slide the very significant increase in unfavorability ratings among the US population towards China over the last few years. Of course, you've seen a very similar trend here in South Korea and in many other countries over the last few years as well. In terms of the economic picture, the US business community is increasingly frustrated by lack of opportunities within China. Firms are making decisions to diversify their important global supply chains away from China. And China also is diversifying. They're diversifying towards more of a consumer market-driven economy, and they're diversifying in terms of access to advanced technology and trying to become much more self-sufficient in light of US technological restrictions to China. However, the situation today is not a new Cold War. In historical context, relations between the United States and China were much, much worse in the 1950s than they are today. In the 1950s, the US and China did not have diplomatic relations. We had almost no economic interaction with China. And in fact, we were actively fighting the Chinese here on the Korean Peninsula for 3 years in the early 1950s. I think where we are today, where we have come from the 1990s, has been somewhere in the middle between full cooperation and outright armed confrontation. So where we are today is in a competitive phase of our relationship in which on some issues we continue to cooperate with the Chinese, and on many other issues we are vigorously competing with China for influence. But why do I think that we are unlikely to head into a period of outright confrontation similar to where we were with the Chinese in the 1950s? I would argue that there are many different kinds of reasons. First, economically, the US and China are complementary in terms of economics. The US continues to rely on China for imports. China still continues to rely to a high degree on the United States as a key export market. And actually, over the last few years, despite what you might call selective decoupling of the two economies, you have actually seen the trade balance between China and the United States continue to increase every year. And in fact, foreign direct investment has also been increasing. In terms of governance, the two countries, although they are somewhat concerned about the other, they are also much more concerned about internal priorities. So in the United States, we are now heading back into a phase of divided government. I think in the next couple of years, you are going to see significant partisan warfare in the United States, which has nothing at all to do with China. In China, you have significant problems of internal security. Just in the last month, you have seen a surprising number of protests against the zero COVID policy in China. And so from Beijing's perspective, yes, they're worried about the United States. They're more worried about people in China, I would argue. Both countries continue to worry about black swans and gray rhinos, including things like the pandemic. In terms of the military competition, the United States does not seek conflict, and in fact, I would argue that most Americans are weary of being in conflict for the last 20 years. China, although has significant interest in recovering from their perspective Taiwan, I believe is not ready for a military conflict and therefore likely to avoid one. Any conflict between the United States and China could also quickly escalate beyond the ability of either side to control, to include highly destructive costs for the people that would be borne on both sides. Diplomatically, I would argue that the United States cannot outcompete China in the Belt and Road Initiative because we lack the ability to direct massive amounts of state funding to projects globally, many of which have no real basis in economics. And China, I would argue, although seeks to weaken the US alliance structure, fundamentally cannot do so, and through its behavior in regional disputes has actually been pushing the United States and our allies much more closely together than we have been in the recent past. And so I don't see either side, based on this, gaining a decisive geostrategic advantage globally. And there are also, I should mention, some positive signs happening currently in US-China relations. The two leaders, of course, met in Bali recently, and both sides committed to strengthen the relationship and to include cooperating on a series of important global issues. At the bureaucratic level, we have also seen renewed contacts between the State Department and China, between the Defense Department, in fact, and China, which is a significant trend that I think will continue to watch over the next year or two of this administration. So I don't think that either side is seeking an outright confrontation with the other, and I do see trends towards cooperation. However, there is a possibility that one or both sides could blunder into a conflict if the relationship is not managed well. From a Chinese perspective, I think the 20th Party Congress has significantly centralized control under Xi Jinping. I worry that his advisors could lead him to misperceive the economic and military costs and risks of a conflict with Taiwan. In terms of the United States, we ourselves are heading into another election season, and I think you are likely to see more intense rhetoric around China and political incentives for hardline policies. And I also think that if we ever were to find ourselves in a military clash and unintended conflict with China, it could be difficult to manage that given the political stakes for both sides and looking strong with respect to the other. And so I think what this means is that both the United States and China, to avoid strategic blunders, need to be able to continue to strategically communicate with each other at the highest levels of government. And I think that's what you're likely to see. And so finally, what does all of this mean for third parties? So first of all, again, to reiterate, I do see an armed conflict here in the next couple of years between our two countries as not likely and avoidable. Second, I do not think that you will see anything closely resembling at all a G2. I think you will see the United States, especially during this administration, continuing to coordinate very, very closely with our allies and partners. And even this week, you are seeing U.S. Assistant Secretary of State visiting China, but also, of course, visiting South Korea and Japan to coordinate our positions very closely. And this has been a constant theme of this administration. Third, countries will, of course, be asked to make choices. So even though in our strategic documents we say we don't expect countries to make choices, in fact, we do expect them sometimes to make choices, and so do the Chinese. And so I think that's just a reality that we have to contend with. However, last, although countries will make choices, and they make choices every single day on different kinds of issues, no country in this region is going to completely and decisively choose the United States over China or the United States or China over the United States. I think that's also a reality of the situation that both Beijing and Washington will have to deal with, and it's also a factor that makes the current situation very much unlike the Cold War and will restrain, ultimately, I think, US-China confrontation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Jim. First of all, I would like to congratulate KIDA for launching this prestigious defense forum. And I feel honored to be invited as a panel in the first panel of this program. So, roughly overlapping with the previous presentation, let me start with addressing three sets of big challenges for South Korea's strategic environment. One is the fractured international order. I call it a systemic fragmentation. Previous commentator mentioned that liberal international order is being challenged. That's a similar situation, I think. So with the pandemic, we are witnessing supply chain disruption all over the world. And even before the pandemic, we are witnessing weakening global institutions and norms. And because of that, countries like South Korea, which is not great power, and a country that's heavily dependent on international trade and commerce will be in various trouble. A second set of challenge is the new Cold War trends. And particularly since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the world is quickly transforms into a confrontation between liberal democracy and authoritarian states. So this will be trouble again for many countries which are caught in between those two blocks. For example, South Korea, even though we are ally of the United States, we cannot ignore Chinese market in economic sense. And third challenge is obvious, the strategic situation on the Korean Peninsula. Since the failure of the Hanoi Summit, Korean peace process, which the previous administration has worked so hard, is in complete collapse. There's no more US DPRK denuclearization talk, and inter-Korean dialogue has been completely stopped. And even worse is that North Korea chose voluntary isolation and shut down the national border because of the pandemic. Well, other than these sets of challenges, I would say in the Pacific, previously Asia Pacific, now in the Pacific will be the major battleground for geopolitical competition and geo-economic rivalry in the coming years. And we already know that US and China are already accelerating existing strategic competition in the Pacific. Both countries try to expand their influence in multilateral cooperative mechanisms to expand their influence. For example, US is leading Quad, AUKUS, IPEF, CHIFO, etc. And China is responding to the Belt and Road Initiative and Asia AIIB, Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, and so on. So in the near future, we expect that we have many reasons to believe that in the Pacific, maybe the very important geostrategic space, not only for South Korea, but many countries in the world. And having said that, let me shift our attention a little more on the specific flashpoint that will be high potential to be erupted in the near future. One is the obviously Ukraine crisis. So Russia violated the respect for territorial sovereignty, which is a part of the core principle of the rule-based international order. And if Russia use nuclear weapon in Ukraine, I think that will be a fatal blow to NPT system that has lasted more than a half a century. And another flashpoint is Taiwan, obviously. If China takes some adventurous military action against Taiwan to reunify Taiwan, I think it will be quite a chaotic situation that will follow. So for the time being, I understand that China Xi Jinping regime is not ready to take action on Taiwan, but inevitably the tension will rise in the Taiwan Strait. And third flashpoint is the Korean Peninsula, of course. Since the beginning of this year, North Korea is continuing all-round provocation against South Korea. Roughly, North Korea fired about 100 missiles starting this year. And on November 2nd, North Korea even launched this missile toward the south of the NLL, which is the Northern Limit Line, which is a serious violation of the September 19 Comprehensive Military Agreement between two Koreas. And what is worse is that in September this year, North Korea enacted the so-called law on nuclear weapon use. The law laid out the key principles for nuclear weapon use. The law clearly declared that North Korea is established as an irreversible status as a nuclear weapon state, and it will never give up nuclear weapons. So having all these possibility of flashpoint, I think the whole world should be watching carefully what will happen in this flashpoint and should be ready to take action to prevent this. And let me conclude with the Yoon government's response. Most of South Korean people think that North Korea's nuclear and missile program pose an existential threat to our security. So because of that, Yoon Suk-yeol government is trying to promote substantial nuclear sharing between South Korea and the United States. Right now, we all know that there's many debate about the South Korea nuclear option, developing its own nuclear weapon, redeploying U.S. tactical weapon, and a nuclear sharing agreement. I think that none of these are a complete measure. So for the time being, most realistic option for South Korea is to strengthen U.S. extended deterrence, as well as continuing its own deterrent capability, non-conventional, conventional deterrent capability, including the so-called three-pillar system, kill chain, KAMD, and KMPR. In addition with that, South Korea recently announced this Indo-Pacific strategy. As Ambassador Raper mentioned in keynote speech this morning, Indo-Pacific will be quite important geostrategic space in the future, and South Korea is ready to work with it, with many like-minded countries in Asia-Pacific region. And although the whole text is not released yet, South Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy emphasized the three core components, which is that freedom, peace, and prosperity, with the principles of inclusiveness, trust, and reciprocity. And of course, we need to many work to elicit more actionable plan on this strategy. But I think we need to work hard to work with many like-minded countries in the Pacific. So let me stop here. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm maybe the only one here from the crisis area. We are not talking now in Ukraine about some kind of settlements on the diplomatic or other things. We are at war. And I would like to say that this war initiated the fundamental change of the current structure of international security because of the Russian involvement. Russia is the first great power, big power, who violated the key principles of United Nations, which were established many years ago. And we were following these principles for many years, or tried to do that. But Russia decided to cross this red line, and they invaded Ukraine. The reason for us in Ukraine is very simple. There are a famous saying of Zbigniew Brzezinski, former advisor to the President of the United States, many years ago, that without Ukraine, Russia ceases to be Eurasian empire. And so when Russian leadership, Putin and his team, understood that they are losing control over Ukraine, with Ukrainian move towards European structures and NATO or European Union, he decided to cross this red line. But he done a very big strategic mistake. And this mistake will only accelerate the decline of Russia, the decline of the ambitious empire which they wanted to restore in some form or another. And decline of Russia immediately will influence all other regions of the world, including this area we're talking about. Because Russia was mentioned in several presentations before my words here. We have no doubt in Ukraine that we will win this war. There are many reasons about that, which are not very understandable outside of Ukraine. But the key issue is the unity of our civil society, the motivation of our military, and technological superiority of our military, because we are receiving a lot of support and assistance from our partners in Europe and United States and Canada and Australia. It means that we will win this war by not classical traditional means, but through the creativeness and motivation of the society. And we will present to other nations how we should do that in case of somebody will invade your country. And for Russia, it's a strategic mistake because they are in the end of the leadership in the region, and they are in the end of the influence in Pacific area as well. Many lessons we learned from this conflict with Russia, because it started not this year, it started 8 years ago in 2014. Then Russia annexed Crimea. And we understood that in our case, many international and regional organizations like United Nations or OSCE, they didn't play their role. So, and Russia didn't pay any attention to any possible reaction of these organizations when they started this war. The second, not only we, but all countries in Europe understood that without strong military, without defense expenditures in peacetime, you are a loser in case of the conflict. You have to invest in your peace by military means. Yes, you have to think where to get money. You have to talk with your society. You have to talk with your people for them to be ready to respond in case of the crisis. That's the reality of this world. Only strong, united nations and countries can survive in this environment. The third is a partnership. You are a loser if you are alone in this world. You have to have strong partnership structures with the countries who share your values, first of all, as it was mentioned today. With the countries who are key players in this world, powerful countries. And it's up to you to select with whom you are in touch. But without partnership, this war for Ukraine could never be won. We are strong because we are supported by others. And once again, we started this war without no support at all. Everybody expected that Ukraine will lose in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And when we demonstrated with our efforts, with our blood, with our energy, that we can do that, we started to receive a lot of support from other countries. And we demonstrated the effectiveness of that support during our counteroffensive operations, which started in September. And now, day by day, we are retaking our territories from Russia. And there is no military solution for Russia in this war. They will lose this war in military terms. So they are trying to destroy our infrastructure, our energy, water, and heat supply, just expecting that our society will collapse. But they don't know Ukrainian society, and they don't know the partnership we're having now with others. And the last conclusion from this war, that there is a saying that those who are finishing the war, they don't know why it started. Most of those who started the war, usually they are killed during the first several months. I'm not talking about the leadership. The war is unpredictable process. You never know who will win. Even expected a very quick victory. You don't know black swans, as it was mentioned today, or gray rhinos. Anytime can something emerge which was never in your calculations. Every war is a danger for all participants. As a conclusion, it's just from this war we have in Ukraine. That's why I'm here. I'm first time in this part of the world. Most of my career was in Europe and United States. And so I'm listening attentively to your challenges in this world. I understand them. But once again, from Ukrainian perspective, keep in mind, you have to be strong in terms of the military and economically. Your society should be united and motivated and be ready for Russian decline. We don't know what be in this process with Russia. Nuclear weapon was mentioned, possible theoretically. And other things related to the problems with population and other things in Russia. But all this influence also in security situation here in this part of the world. But once again, if you are strong enough, if we are strong enough in terms of the economy, unity, and military, we can withstand these problems, we can come through them, and we'll be strong and demonstrate the lessons learned for other nations in future. Thank you.
Greetings from Washington, D.C. For those who don't know me, my name is Jacob Stokes, and I'm a senior fellow in the Indo-Pacific Security Program at the Center for a New American Security. Thank you to KIDA for inviting me to address this forum by video to talk about the state of extended deterrence and the U.S. ROK alliance. Heightened focus on and concerns about the credibility of U.S. extended deterrence commitments is understandable, given the demonstrated increase, both in the intent and the capability of potential adversaries to threaten South Korea specifically, and to upend the rules-based regional order in East Asia more broadly. This audience knows well the litany of challenges: North Korea's barrage of missile tests and the specter of a seventh nuclear test, a China under Xi Jinping that has ramped up tensions around its periphery, especially towards Taiwan, Russia's invasion of Ukraine that has made all too real the prospect of large-scale major power aggression in the 21st century. I also know ROK colleagues watch US politics with trepidation these days. Who wouldn't after the events of recent years? American democracy has undergone a trial by fire, one that could yet pose additional tests. Policymakers in Washington are monitoring all of these trends closely, and in my assessment, they largely understand and share the region's growing concerns. Consequently, they are highly focused on strengthening alliances to counterbalance the mounting severity of regional security threats and to ensure the credibility of U.S. extended deterrence. The evidence can be found in the recent released U.S. national defense strategies focus on, quote, combat credible forces, backstopped by a safe, secure, and effective nuclear deterrent, unquote. The attached nuclear posture review further rejected both sole purpose and no first use options for nuclear declaratory policy, citing ally and partner perspectives as a key rationale for that decision. More broadly, the Biden administration's signature concept of integrated deterrence has as one of its main pillars integration with U.S. allies and partners. In addition, Washington is committed to deploying more strategic assets to operate on and around the Korean Peninsula to a level equivalent to constant deployment in response to further North Korean provocations. That comes on top of the 28,500 U.S. troops already stationed in the Republic of Korea. The credibility of U.S. extended deterrence commitments has deeper strategic roots, though. The actions and policies I described earlier are not just a reflection of U.S. goodwill and affinity towards South Korea, although we certainly have plenty of both. Rather, they're a reflection of U.S. interests and values. The U.S. national security strategy states that, quote, alliances and partnerships around the world are our most important strategic asset and an indispensable element contributing to international peace and stability, unquote. Moreover, the strategic rationale for the U.S.-South Korea alliance in particular is both deep and multifaceted. The ROK is a strong democracy, a major trading power, and a technology powerhouse in an era where technology drives geopolitics. Regionally, Northeast Asia has been a vital area of the world for American grand strategy, arguably since the beginning of the 20th century, if not before. To be sure, bolstering extended deterrence will continue to require innovation and commitment from both Washington and from Seoul. We cannot become complacent. Deterring adversaries in the so-called gray zone between peace and war will remain difficult by its very nature. Further, strategic and nuclear deterrence is not static. Some new arrangements, particularly for nuclear assets, will likely be needed in the future. That is an area that would benefit from, both of those are areas that would benefit from closer alliance consultations and contingency planning. But for now, the overall picture is one of a strong alliance, growing stronger, and rising to meet the security challenges of today and tomorrow, including those to the credibility of U.S. extended deterrence commitments, as we've done since the Korean War. I'll conclude my remarks there. Thank you for your attention and best wishes for what I'm sure will be a successful forum.
Okay, I will then turn to the presenters in this on the podium, and because we have to end by 12:45, and this is why I'm very strict with time. I would like to ask Dr. Cho Nam-hoon from KIDA, Dr. Philip Saunders, and Lieutenant Colonel Arie Koichi from NIDS to speak for 5 minutes each. And the reason is because I really wanted some questions from the floor, and that all of you could be able to also engage in much more lively discussions. So Dr. Cho Nam-hoon, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Nuclear deterrence and counter provocation capability through defense innovation in the era of North Korea's nuclear advancement. First, let me talk about recent improvements in North Korea's nuclear capability. Recently, in the process of advancing its nuclear capability, North Korea has been increasing its manufacturing capability of a nuclear warhead based on continuous production of nuclear materials. As a result, there is a growing possibility that North Korea's arsenal of nuclear warheads will increase significantly in the future. On the other hand, North Korea is continuing to develop various types of carriers and launchers. Second thing that I want to stress is North Korea's recent development of tactical nuclear weapons and realization of a possible nuclear attack against South Korea. As a result, the realization of North Korea's possible nuclear attack against South Korea is gradually increasing. Third thing that I want to mention is an enactment of a Nuclear Forces Policy Act. In 2022, North Korea established the principle that permits preventive use of nuclear weapons at any time through the enactment of a Nuclear Forces Policy Act. As a result, the capability of South Korea and the ROK-US alliance should be improved. So I will talk about some measures that the US and Korea try to promote. The first one is measures to strengthen extended deterrence. Jacob's talked about the extended deterrence a lot, so I will skip that one. But the more important thing is the information sharing and the joint planning and the joint exercise in the future. Okay. Also, second thing is very important thing here that I want to stress that there should be some kinds of things that Korea's the independent capability against the North Korea's nuclear weapons should be improved. Fourth one is a device on effective strike measures to advance the ROK's kill chain capability. For example, we need some kinds of develop lofty trajectory bunker busters with the heavy warhead, and also we should develop the mass drones to attack the source of the nuclear missiles of North Korea. And second one is to establish capability to observe, monitor, and detect North Korea's nuclear weapons and missiles as quickly and efficiently as possible. So we need some kinds of ROK's own space navigation system and the space-based early warning systems. Also, we can use the drones to have our own specific capability, which can sustain the Korea's capability to see the North Korea's targets with them, the SAR and the EO and IRs. The third one is to secure the ability to neutralize North Korea's nuclear weapons and missiles in the left of launch, boost, and mid-course phase. We are the main interest in the final stage of intercepting the North Korean missiles. However, the booster phase and mid-course phase is getting more important in the future. The last one is to improve South Korea's nuclear WMD protection capabilities. This part is used to be not important in South Korea, but protection is getting more and more important in the future because the North Korea can have a capability to directly attack South Korea using their tactical nuclear weapons. So finally, I want to conclude my statement by saying about the defense innovation coming in Korea. The Korean new government set up tried to establish the Defense Innovation 4.0. I think this is very important in Korea because we need a lot of technology to make the measures come true and defense plan. So we have to promote. We have to promote some kinds of advanced technology related to all the measures, as I mentioned. So defense innovation is very important here, especially one stress is on the cyber electromagnetic measures that can be applied to the left launch. I want to stress on that one. So the defense innovation should be improved and promoted in Korea in the future.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cho. Dr. Philip Saunders from INSS.
I can't see them on the screen, if we can do that. Okay, and I'm going to thanks for the invitation to follow our chair's rules. I'm going to go through this very quickly. These are my own remarks, not those of the United States. Key points on this slide: this program goes back a long way. It is pursued for both status reasons, as an accomplishment of the North Korean system, and also for security. And there's been a gradual shift from an ambiguous deterrent to a physical deterrent, and now to developing a deterrent that can threaten the U.S. homeland. The structure of nuclear negotiations builds on that core bargain. You get nuclear power in exchange for non-proliferation commitments. North Korea violated that, and subsequent negotiations have focused on trading verifiable denuclearization for specific benefits. The scope of that has varied a lot. One of the key things is the use of incentives and pressures outside the formal negotiations to shape the other side's calculus. The obstacles to a deal are very deep: mutual suspicion, differences in interest, DPRK reluctance to engage directly with Iraq. How can you have dialogue if they will not talk to you? A history of North Korean non-compliance and cheating, which erodes trust and increases domestic political obstacles, and the extent of today's program, which would be very difficult to verifiably denuclearize. On the other hand, there are obstacles to pressure in the use of force. Sanctions haven't been affected. The costs of a North Korean collapse would be high. Military pressure might escalate into a conflict. The extent of North Korean capabilities increase the risks, both to South Korea and Japan, and increasingly to the United States homeland. There's a reluctance in South Korea and China to press the DPRK too hard. The DPRK has played on those differences to split the parties, and it's proven impossible to apply pressure to force the DPRK to denuclearize. We've had 3 crises. I won't go through them all, but in every case, what's happened is North Korea has broken an agreement, built capability, there's been military threats and the risk of war, negotiations, partial agreements, which did not solve the problem, and then the problem recurred. And the question, of course, is, are we due for a 4th crisis? DPR capabilities are expanding. I won't go through that because we've talked about it, but I think the key thing are the September 2022 statement that North Korea will not give up its weapons. Absolutely no denuclearization, no negotiation, and no bargaining chip to trade in negotiations. That makes it very difficult to imagine how we're going to solve this problem with dialogue. Note that U.S., ROC, Japan objectives are the same, still focused on denuclearization as the goal, open to negotiations, support for the audacious initiative. North Korea has rejected the proposal. Therefore, the focus is on enhancing deterrence and trilateral cooperation. One of the ways we've done that is to try to raise the stakes of nuclear use. And interestingly, so the U.S. has said that nuclear use is unacceptable, will result in the end of the regime. The National Defense Strategy discusses a range of means, including forward posture, integrated air and missile defense, close coordination, alliance interoperability, nuclear deterrence, resilience initiatives, and cost imposition strategies based on globally deployable joint forces. So the forces don't have to be on the peninsula to have that effect. The nuclear posture review goes into more detail, talking about the types of capabilities, concepts, deployments, and exercises that are necessary to deter and, if necessary, respond to aggression. It highlights the role of collaborating with allies and partners to tailor extended deterrence and assurance policies that respond to the security environment. Part of that is flexible U.S. nuclear forces, including the ability to forward deploy strategic bombers, dual-capable fighters, and nuclear weapons if necessary. And as was mentioned, an emphasis on integrated deterrence, both of nuclear and non-nuclear capabilities and U.S. and allied partner capabilities. The Missile Defense Review goes a bit farther to talk about the role of improved missile defenses and enhanced cooperation. And we saw that in the Phnom Penh statement that looks forward to sharing in real time of missile defense data against DPRK threats. So as we look forward, where is this all taking us? Definitely improvements in North Korean nuclear and missile capabilities. It may be possible to slow that. It doesn't seem possible to stop that. And that's likely to stimulate improved U.S. and allied capabilities. I personally think the North Korean efforts are likely to strengthen U.S. alliances and deployment of advanced offensive and defensive missile capabilities, both by the United States and by its allies in the region. But that's unlikely to break this stalemate and provide any first state options. So there's not escape from this fundamental deterrence problem. It's interesting that North Korea, South Korea, and the United States are all seeking to strengthen deterrence by threatening stronger retaliation to attacks. And that's both in the counter-provocation mechanism that the ROC has proposed, but also in recent U.S. and North Korean statements. Stability is going to require rationality and restraint in all capitals, along with the ability to manage use or lose pressures and North Korean fears of decapitation. And so there's a tension right there. If we think that's our approach is to raise risks for them, and they fear that and move toward a hair trigger policy. The biggest risk is miscalculation about the impact of one's own provocative actions. And it's worrisome how poor our crisis communications and management tools are with North Korea. The bottom line, of course, here is I'm not optimistic that we're going to solve this problem. I think it's going to something we're going to have to live with. But I will note that the failure to contain North Korean nuclear ambitions is going to have negative spillover effects on China as U.S. alliances get closer, as missile defense capabilities grow stronger, as offensive strike capabilities increase. It's going to be a negative example for the regional and global nonproliferation regime. And Darryl Press talked about some of the pressures for South Korea to revisit its nonproliferation decisions. One good reason not to do that is it won't stop there. If South Korea goes nuclear, I find it hard to believe that Japan won't do the same and other countries will also maybe follow that example. And all of this is going to continue to have a negative effect on the broader regional security environment. And with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saunders. Lieutenant Colonel Arie, please.
Okay, I just, first of all, I thank KIDA for holding this great forum and inviting us to this forum. I just introduced the Japanese perspective to address North Korea's nuclear and missile threats. And next slide. Many presenters already stated recent multiple missile launches from North Korea. That missile launches shows they are improving their missile technologies, including hypersonic glide warheads. And for the nuclear threats, they are expected to hold another nuclear test, possibly to miniaturize warheads. And about the hypersonic missile development by North Korea, well, they declared to develop that technology in last January. And the first test of the hypersonic weapons conducted in early this year. And also the third up to the third test, anyway. And so Japan's perception to North Korean threats. Prime Minister Kishida condemned many times missile launches by North Korea, and Japanese government is revising the National Security Strategy, NSS, to address the changing security environment, including North Korean threats. As for Japanese defense capabilities against missile threats, basically we have two-layered missile defense systems. One is its equipment destroyers to intercept in the mid-course defense. And also, we have, as for terminal defense, we have PAC-3s. We are conducting to improve our defense capabilities, like someone said already. We have planning to strengthen the defense capability to address those threats. One is to improve BMD systems, possibly to counter hypersonic or other improved missile capabilities. And also, we are planning to develop an option of conventional long-range missiles capabilities to counter those threats. And to be able to conduct those improvements, we are planning to increase defense budget. So we are enhancing regional. We are contributing to enhance the regional deterrence, like for cooperation agenda, U.S. and South Korea and Japan security dialogues, maybe to discuss deterrence of North Korean threats, missile and nuclear threats. And we also, those three countries conducting trilateral military exercises, naval exercises or some other ones. And also, we are trying to, we have to improve the information sharing and interoperability among three countries. And also, denuclearization of North Korea. Anyway, we have to prevent another nuclear test by North Korea first. And secondly, to shape the course of denuclearization of North Korea, to revitalize sixth party talks or explore some another form of agenda or formula for negotiation should be explored.
I would like to ask each of the participants quick questions, so please take about a minute or two, and then I'll get some questions from the floor. But before I do that, I wanted to emphasize the great effort that Dr. Kim Yoon-tae put into putting into fruition the Hongneung Defense Forum. As president of KIDA, he has worked assiduously to make sure that Korea's voice is heard on critical international and regional security issues. And after debating with his critical staff over the last, I think about a year or so, he came up with this plan to hold the Hongneung Defense Forum. And I know how much work everybody at KIDA has put in for the last 6 months. So although we heard a number of different presentations on the North Korean nuclear issue, let me just spend 30 seconds on what I feel where we are now. In South Korea today, I believe that both the left and the right have totally failed in basically preventing North Korea from going nuclear. So since 2006, we have North Korea with a growing array of nuclear weapons. So American policy, South Korean policy, Japanese policy have all failed in preventing North Korea from going nuclear. And so, I've gone to maybe, I'm exaggerating, maybe about 100 conferences over the last 100 years on dealing with the North Korean nuclear threat. So this is my 101st, and I'm convinced that I'll go to maybe 102nd and 105th, and yet there will be no real, solutions. But we are at a critical inflection point. And so there are people in the US, for example, who are very concerned that South Korea is beefing up its counter-strike capabilities. I find that argument not all that convincing, but there are people who believe that South Korea is as offensive and threatening to the DPRK. Again, I find that argument illogical from where I stand, but people are free to hold their views. China pays lip service to denuclearization, but China has done nothing to stopping North Korea from gaining nuclear weapons. And they will do nothing because it serves China's interest to have North Korea with nuclear weapons because that pressures South Korea and Japan. Anyways, so let me just quickly go down the list, and I'll ask each of our presenters, so please I'll give you basically about a minute or two to answer these questions. Let me first go with Dr. Philip Saunders. Dr. Saunders, you mentioned in your presentation that assessing North Korea's strategic goals and ambitions is becoming more difficult. How confident are you that the United States is able to really understand what the Chinese and the North Koreans are doing vis-a-vis longer-term aspirations on the Korean Peninsula? In other words, do you have the capability to understand reading the minds of your counterparts in China and North Korea?
With respect to North Korea, I think it's clear they're not going to give up their nuclear weapons. And they serve both internal purposes of regime stability and external purposes of defense. The question is whether a North Korea with a much stronger nuclear capability is going to be satisfied with status quo, or are they going to push for change on the peninsula? In other words, do nuclear weapons then become a cover, a protection for efforts to do military provocations on the peninsula? That depends on what Kim Jong-un thinks. I don't think we have a good sense of that. It's not something China would support. My own view, I guess, which I have very little confidence in, is probably they are going to be more focused on stability in North Korea than on provocations outside North Korea that try to hold up the regime. But that's based on my reading of Kim Jong-un, which is no better than anybody else's. For China, I think you're correct to say they haven't done much to stop North Korean nuclearization. One thing that has happened in 2018 and 2019 is a resumption of China-North Korean dialogues, ties, including military visits. There were, I think, 6 visits, at least 4 or 5 visits in 2018 and 2019. It was stopped by COVID. But we've seen a shift in Chinese thinking regarding North Korea as a strategic asset. And the more they approach this from a viewpoint of US-China competition, the more they will think that way. That makes it, I don't think they want to see a war. I don't think they want to see a provocative North Korea, but they're not willing to do much to stop it.
Thank you very much. To Dr. Cho Nam-hoon, you mentioned why it's critical for the ROK to increase the so-called triple axis, to increase our defense capabilities. My question to you is, however, we face 2 challenges. One, if you look at the military manpower, it's shrinking as we speak. And number 2, social welfare budget is increasing exponentially. So my question to you is, does South Korea have the money to increase and improve the triple axis over the next 5-10 years?
Direct answer is is that we don't have enough money to improve our own capabilities. So the most important thing at this stage is selection, focused selection. A focus on selections. So we have to, if the North Korea's the nuclear capability is really an important matter, we have to focus on this one rather than other the issues in defense area. As you told, the shrinking of manpower in defense area is very important nowadays, but shrinking manpower can be substituted by the technology improvement, and so we have to invest in those areas. So I guess invest in the 3K the capabilities, and especially in the cyber electromagnetic ones is very important. So partly, my answer is partly difficult to increase enough for the invest money, but we can solve the problem by selecting some important fields.
Thank you very much. To Colonel Arie, recently the Japanese government announced that you will build a 6th generation stealth fighter with the UK and Italy. So why are you going with the Europeans and not the Americans in building your next generation fighter? You always emphasize the importance of the US-Japan alliance. That I understand, and I also understand why NATO is crucial. But
Thank you very much. About the co-development with the European partners, it is one option of we have to have various partners to develop our own capabilities. So number one is U.S. counterparts, naturally. We are just seeking to seeking another partners for the future development. That's.
특별연설은 드미트리 포르마렌코 주한 우크라이나 대사께서 해주시겠습니다. Ambassador Trimarenko, now it is your time to deliver your speech. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주십시오.
Dear Mr. Yuntai Kim, President of KIDA, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, good afternoon. And thank you for the opportunity to address the Hongneung Defense Forum. It is really my great pleasure and honor being here today with you. As you know, for almost 10 months now, Ukraine has been resisting the most brutal and justified military aggression we haven't seen in Europe since the World War II. Our front line is more than 3,500 kilometers long, and 1,200 kilometers of which is an active battlefield, including defense of a coastal line. Overall, it must be mentioned that Russia's war on Ukraine has lasted for 8 years, not just 292 days. Since 2014, Ukraine has been defending not only itself, but also the basic principles of the international order and UN Charter. The whole democratic world stands with Ukraine because we are on the right side of the history. Currently, the Ukrainian army is undertaking successful operations along the whole front line and restores step by step Ukraine's territorial integrity, brutally violated by Russian invaders. Ukrainian defenders have debunked the myth about the invincibility of the Russian army, whose atrocities and war crimes revealed Russia's real barbaric face. Russia has no chance to break down the Ukrainian people, who are united and determined not to trade Ukraine's territory and to leave nobody under Russia's occupation. On November 15, President Zelensky was addressing the G20 summit in Indonesia, Bali, where he presented 10 steps to peace. On the same day, Russia fired 96 missiles and 12 drones to destroy Ukraine's energy infrastructure. These massive strikes left nearly 10 million Ukrainians without electricity, heating, and communications. The aim of this missile terror is to cause the utmost destruction to the Ukrainian critical civilian infrastructure amid freezing temperatures. Putin wants to deprive millions of Ukrainians access to basic needs. 10 missiles fired every one of 10 steps of the peace initiative. The Kremlin's spokesperson stated that the strikes are nothing but the direct consequences of the actions of the Ukrainian government, which refuses to negotiate with Russia. With this statement, Russia has once again provided itself a terrorist state which kills innocent people to have its demands met. While suffering defeats on the battlefield, Russia hopes to force Ukraine into capitulation by vicious missile strikes against Ukraine's critical infrastructure. The Kremlin regime is not interested in real negotiations. Russian officials use calls for peace talks as a smokescreen for continued aggression and crimes. Only the full withdrawal of Russian troops and the restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity will pave the way to the real peace process. Ukraine's battleground success proved that the military aid from partners does make a change, and Ukraine is able to further liberate all of its territories. There will be no protracted conflict. That means sustainable security in Europe and restored rule of the international law in compliance with the UN Charter. Ukraine can win this war with sustained support from our partners. We highly appreciate all the assistance provided so far, but given the scale of the war, Ukraine needs more and needs it without delay. The assistance to Ukraine must be further enhanced by strengthening sanctions, a complete embargo on Russian energy resources, disconnections of all Russian and Belarusian banks from SWIFT, banning Russian propaganda outside Russia, foreign companies pulling out of Russia, and Russian tourists being banned from entering EU, G7, and other democratic countries. The state of play should be clear. The only way for Russia to stop losing its economic potential, soldiers, and military capabilities and release its international isolation is to fully deoccupy Ukrainian territories within its international recognized borders. Every war ends with diplomacy, but the terms of it will be defined by Ukraine, not dictated to us. It is not just fair, but a matter of European sustainable peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, the Russian invasion of Ukraine is the clearest crime of aggression in decades. It must not go unpunished. We call on the international community to support the establishment of the Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine to deliver justice. To achieve long-lasting peace for Europe, Russia must be held accountable for the crime of aggression, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the crime of genocide committed on the territory of my country. Crime of aggression is called the mother of all crimes, because without it no other war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the crimes of genocide would ever arise. In the course of its aggression, Russians keep committing numerous crimes. For instance, only 1 out of 20 missile attacks by the Russian Federation has been directed at military targets, while the remaining 19 hit residential buildings, schools, hospitals, and universities. The Prosecutor's General Office has registered more than 50,000 war crimes committed by Russia. All responsible will be brought to justice. Millions of Ukrainians have lost their homes. As of early December, Russia has killed 443 Ukrainian children and badly injured 855 kids. According to the UN, about 14 million of Ukrainians were forced to flee homes and become internally or externally displaced persons. Our ultimate goal is to put the end of the war and bring our people back home. Together with partners, we will restore, rebuild, and bring back life to cities destroyed by the Russian armed forces. Ukraine has already started the implementation of the project of reconstruction of Ukraine after hostilities. At this stage, this is the fast recovery plan, which allows us now to restore social and educational infrastructure, heat supply, and transport in its liberated territories. As Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has said, the general project of Ukrainian reconstruction will be the largest economic project in Europe for our time. Its volume is already estimated at hundreds of billions of dollars, coming to 1 trillion. The government of Ukraine, the European Commission, and the World Bank, in cooperation with partners, estimate that the current cost of reconstruction and recovery in Ukraine amounts to 500 billion. We invite international companies to invest in Ukraine and win with Ukraine. Infrastructure funds will fund many projects in the airports, in the construction of new roads and bridges. Real estate funds will receive a market with hundreds of millions of square meters of new housing, offices, logistics, and industrial real estate. Ukraine has a lot to propose. We have hundreds of thousands of qualified young engineers and IT specialists, and an extremely favorable tax regime for IT. Taking into account all economic and logistical factors, we are a uniquely advantageous location for the offices of technological companies. We are also grateful to the countries that have positively accepted our proposals to take patronage over regions, cities, or industries affected by war, and waiting for Korea to join this initiative as well. Dear friends, I would like to end my address by expressing my deep gratitude to the government and the people of the Republic of Korea for their solidarity and warm support shown to Ukraine at this difficult time. We appreciate each effort and each contribution made for Ukraine, which will help us counter the humanitarian crisis that affects Ukrainian people. We will never forget this gesture of friendship and kindness. I want to thank Minister John Suk Lee, Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Yoon Tae Kim, President of the Korea Institute for Defense Analysis, and his entire team for granting the delegation of the Minister of Defense of Ukraine the unique opportunity to attend the Hongneung Defense Forum. We highly appreciate this chance to convey the truth about Russia's war against Ukraine to such a respectable audience. I believe that today's event is another important step to strengthen the cooperation between Ukraine, the Republic of Korea, and many other international partners in the face of the threats to global security, freedom, and democracy which arise all over us. Together, we will definitely win. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you. 사회는 제임스 크랩트리 IISS 아시아 지부 소장님께서 해주시겠습니다. 지부장님께서는 세계적으로 유명한 안보 다자 회의인 샹그릴라 대화를 총괄하고 계십니다. All right, let me pass the microphone to Dr. Crabtree.
Good afternoon, everybody. So yes, my name is James Crabtree from the IISS. I'll be very brief in introduction. I also wanted to pay tribute to President Yoon Tae Kim of KIDA for bringing together this forum. We met during the Shangri-La Dialogue in June when this was just an idea in its inception. It's very impressive both to see the facilities here at KIDA and to enjoy the discussions we've had this morning. And we're now going to talk about maritime and space security, challenges and ways for cooperation. I'm going to try and follow the example set by my IISS colleague Chung-Min Lee and keep things perfectly to time. What I've asked is that each of my speakers, of whom there are 3 in the room and I thought 1 online, but we'll see if our guest Chiu Hao will join us online. We've asked all of them to speak for 7 minutes. We have 80 minutes in total, so I will ask them a question or 2 after they have spoken, and then we'll open it up for discussion. And I think we should have more time in this session for discussion than in some of the previous sessions, so hopefully we can make use of that. We have 2 broad topics, so space on the one hand and maritime on the other. They're not obviously linked to one another, but our panelists are going to do a dazzling job of linking them together in a way that makes total coherent sense in light of the discussions that we've had this morning. Broadly speaking, we're going to have 2 sets of introductory remarks. First on space, first from Ankit Panda from Carnegie, and then the home team here, Lee Sang-min from KIDA, and then from my old home in India, Sujan Chinoy, who's taken a break from his seemingly exhausting role as the chair of the T20 for India's G20 partnership, and as being head of the Institute for Defense and Studies and Analysis, or IDSA, in Delhi to join us, and he will talk about maritime security. So with that, I'm going to go down my 3 in-person panelists, and then at the end, with a bit of luck, we may be joined virtually by our 4th panelist, and then we'll open it up for discussion. Ankit Panda, over to you.
And thank you to President Kim and all of the friends and colleagues here at KIDA, who I know have been working very hard over the last several months to realize this inaugural Hongneung Defense Forum. Let me also say that it's a pleasure for me to be on a panel in South Korea and not speak about North Korea, which is new for me. But I'm very happy today to address space security issues. I'll focus my remarks very specifically on the implications of direct ascent anti-satellite missile technologies. I'll talk a bit about why countries are pursuing these capabilities and the deterrence implications of these weapons. The global space environment continues to be best described, I think, as congested, contested, and competitive, as the US 2011 National Security Space Strategy once noted. More than 10 years now since that description, I think little has changed, and the trend lines that were visible back then have broadly intensified. Low Earth orbit, in particular, continues to grow exceptionally crowded as satellite megaconstellations take off. Commercial space actors now operate the majority of operational satellites, adding complexity to this relatively ungoverned domain. Meanwhile, a small group of states have continued to invest in the development of counter-space capabilities to enable warfighting in space. These capabilities vary in their effects, which range from the total destruction of satellites to temporary interference and disruption. Counter-space capabilities are best categorized across 2 sets of parameters: kinetic and non-kinetic, and ground-based and co-orbital. Counter-space systems are usually optimized for use against target satellites in specific orbits. The most prominent orbits for counter-space operations include low Earth orbit, medium Earth orbit, and geostationary orbit, though that doesn't exclude other types of orbits like Volnea orbits, for instance. No destructive counter-space capabilities to date have ever been used in warfare, but non-destructive interference capabilities appear to be in use in military operations. These include measures that temporarily disable or otherwise interfere with the operations or communications of deployed satellites to various ends. Let me talk now specifically about direct ascent anti-satellite missiles. These are weapon systems that are either currently in development or actively fielded, primarily by Russia and China. As their name implies, these weapons comprise kinetic interceptors that are boosted rapidly from the Earth's surface into low Earth orbit altitudes, where they then collide with satellites. All known operational and tested DAA-SAT systems have exhibited capabilities against targets in low Earth orbit exclusively. No known DAA-SAT weapons exist that are capable of threatening space-based assets outside of low Earth orbit for the moment. These include sort of GPS satellites and nuclear command and control satellites, for instance, that operate in higher orbits, which can be threatened by other types of counter-space capabilities, however, including co-orbital anti-satellite capabilities. Let me close now by talking a little bit about the deterrence implications. How would the use of these weapons be deterred? I want to argue that the primary way in which these weapons will be deterred is actually through their very nature. I posit that despite their considerable investments in DAASAT weapons as part of a broader suite of counter-space capabilities, military and political leaders in Russia and China are actually unlikely to see practical benefits to their use. Related to this, I think ongoing investments in the United States and elsewhere in rendering critical national security space capabilities more robust, more resilient, and redundant can contribute to the deterrence of the use of such capabilities by ensuring that the perceived effects of their use would be modest on the actual enabling capabilities that such satellites provide. To be clear, my view of the undesirability of DAASAT use by Russia and China is also informed by the growing array of other counter-space capabilities available to these countries, including co-orbital weapons, as I just mentioned, and reversible means of interference. The other point I want to just emphasize before I close is that additional qualities of DAASAT weapons render them particularly undesirable for use in general, and especially early in a crisis. First, DAASATs, when used, generate assured debris clouds, which I believe my co-panelist will discuss in more detail, which indiscriminately pollute the low Earth orbit environment. As major spacefaring nations, Russia and China actually have interests here in protecting their own assets and maintaining the orbital environment for their own national security and commercial space applications. The second issue here is that compared to other capabilities, DAASAT weapons are particularly attributable, given their use, for instance, of solid fuel rocket boosters to elevate the kinetic kill vehicle. US overhead persistent satellites, for instance, are able to quickly detect that these weapons are being used, who is launching them, and to what end. And so that, again, I think, makes these weapons less desirable than we might occasionally think. So let me stop there. Thank you for this opportunity once again, and I look forward to the Q&A and discussion.
Thank you, Ankit. That was admirably brief, much appreciated. I think so now I hope our fourth panelist joining us from China can hear us. Maybe if you can, give us a wave. Chiahao, can you hear us? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Now, I'm not going to go to you immediately. I'm going to stay with our colleagues in the room here, but I'll come to you once the other two panelists have spoken. But just I wanted to say welcome to the discussion, and we're looking forward to hearing from you shortly. So with that, also on the topic of space, let me turn over to Lee Sang-min.
감사합니다. 저는 오늘 글로벌 우주 경쟁과 지속 가능한 우주에 대해서 말씀을 드릴 텐데요. 우연인지 모르지만 안키판다 박사님하고 조율한 건 아닌데 유사한 내용을 발표하게 되었습니다. 크게 세 가지 내용입니다. 글로벌 우주 경쟁이 심화되면서 우주 공격 무기 개발이 가속화되고 있다. 그로 인해서 우주 쓰레기 증가가 심각하게 문제화되고 있는데 그것을 해결하기 위해서 구체적이고 적극적인 국제 협력을 추진할 필요가 있겠다라는 말씀을 주로 드리려고 합니다. 먼저 인공위성을 파괴하는 공격용 무기 개발은 미국, 러시아, 중국, 인도 등에 의해서 이미 여러 차례 실시된 바가 있습니다. 우주 자산을 위협하는 방법은 여러 가지가 있는데 안키판다 박사님께서 벌써 말씀을 해주셔서 생략을 하도록 하고요. 하지만 상대방의 위성 사용을 방해하거나 적극적으로 저지하는 수단하고 방법들은 점차 증가되는 추세에 있습니다. 그리고 무기체계 정밀성 향상을 위한 위상화법 체계의 수요가 증가하고 있습니다. 미국의 GPS를 비롯해서 군사국들은 핵과 재래식 무기체계 정밀 타격 능력 향상을 위해서 각자 위상화법 체계들을 개발하고 있습니다. 저희 한국도 마찬가지로 KPS 체계를 점차 이제 개발해 갈 것으로 기대를 하고 있습니다. 그런데 전쟁이 발생하게 되면 상대방의 위상화법 체계를 무력화시키기 위해서 우선적으로 이제 에이셋 같은 것들을 활용할 가능성이 높아질 것으로 보고 있고요. 특히 최근에 우주에서는 민간과 국방의 경계가 점차 모호해지고 있다는 게 특징입니다. 러시아 우크라이나 전쟁을 잘 보셔서 알겠지만 스타링크와 같은 민간 우주 기업이 정부, 군 그리고 민간을 대상으로 해서 서비스를 공유하는 그런 것들이 처음으로 증명이 되기도 했습니다. 초소형 군지위성에 기반한 스타링크 체계는 향후 군의 정찰위성과 통신위성 운영 개념을 바꾸는 데 크게 기여할 것으로 예상이 되고 있습니다. 중대형 위성보다는 초소형 군지위성은 재방문 주기가 짧기 때문에 거의 준실시간으로 지상과 통신과 정찰이 가능한 수준입니다. 앞으로 경제나 안보적 측면에서 우주의 궤도, 주파수를 선점하는 것이 중요해지고 있습니다. 미국, 러시아의 경쟁에 중국이 가세하면서 주인 없는 우주에서의 보이지 않는 경쟁이 가속화될 것으로 예상됩니다. 여기에 일본, 인도, 한국 등 우주 개발에서의 기존의 기술 강국과 새로운 경쟁자의 참여로 인해서 글로벌 우주 경쟁은 점점 가속화될 전망입니다. 두 번째로 우주 쓰레기 증가 현상에 대해서 말씀드릴 텐데요. 이미 45년 전 1978년도에 냉전 시기입니다만 나사의 과학자인 캐슬러 박사는 지구 저궤도에 위성의 밀도가 증가할 것을 예상하고 연쇄 충돌의 위험성을 경고한 바 있습니다. 이것을 일명 캐슬러 신드롬이라고 이야기합니다. 위성 간의 충돌이 파편을 만들고 또다시 파편이 재충돌을 일으키는 연쇄 반응이 발생할 경우에 우주 쓰레기로 인해서 지구에서 우주로 나가는 길목이 차단되는 것을 우려한 주장이었습니다. 저는 이미 캐슬러 신드롬은 시작된 것이 아닌가 이렇게 말씀드리고 싶고요. 현재 1957년 소련에서 처음으로 우주를 발사를 시작한 이래 65년간 인공위성만 12,000여 대가 운영됐었습니다. 그 중에서 중요한 것은 2020년 한 해에만 1,200여 대가 발사된 것인데요. 65년간 발사된 것의 거의 10%에 해당되는 분량이고요. 현재 한 23,000여 개의 인공우주 물체가 우주에 존재하는데 이 중에서 써먹을 수 있는 인공위성은 10에서 15% 정도이고 나머지 85에서 90%가 우주 쓰레기에 해당됩니다. 앞으로 이제 뉴스페이스 시대라는 표현을 많이 들으셨을 텐데 민간 기업의 참여가 증가하고 발사 비용이 감소되고 그리고 군지 위성이라는 것이 증가하는 이런 특징들을 갖고 있는데요. 이 뉴스페이스 시대에는 지구 저궤도에서 인공위성 간의 충돌로 인한 연쇄 반응이 시작될 것이라고 캐슬러 박사는 예측을 했었고 저는 그것이 현실화되는 게 머지않아서 도래할 것으로 우려되고 있습니다. 그래서 글로벌 우주 경쟁의 흐름 속에서 각 국가들은 우주 쓰레기의 증가를 막고 기존의 인공 우주 물체를 저감시키기 위한 글로벌 우주 협력을 통해서 지속 가능한 우주 생태계를 조성할 필요가 있다고 생각합니다. 마지막으로 구체적이고 적극적인 국제 협력의 추진 필요성을 말씀을 드리고 싶은데요. 크게 세 가지입니다. ASAT, 아까 안키판다 박사님 말씀하셨던 그런 우주 공격 무기의 실험 및 사용을 금지하는 것을 국제적으로 이제 합의를 할 필요가 있고요. 두 번째는 저궤도 위성의 사용 후 폐기 장치를 각국이 의무화할 필요가 있다고 생각합니다. 세 번째로는 우주에 떠다니는 물체를 이제 파악하는 우주 상황 인식이라고 하는데 그런 우주 상황 인식과 우주 교통 관리를 위한 국제 협력을 추진할 필요가 있다고 생각합니다. 마지막으로 2023년 이후에도 미중 전략 경쟁은 심화되고 러시아 우크라이나 전쟁은 끝나지 않을 수도 있습니다. 앞으로 초소형 군지 위성은 민간과 국방 영역에서 수요가 급격하게 증가할 것으로 예상됩니다. 인류의 공통된 위협으로 인식된 기후변화에 대처하기 위해서 여러 국가들이 자발적으로 협력하고 있는 것처럼 우주 쓰레기 문제의 심각성을 서둘러 인식하고 더 늦기 전에 지혜를 모으고 행동으로 옮겨야 할 것이라고 생각합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for that. Much appreciate. The points that you make about international cooperation is something that I'd like to pick up after we've concluded our opening remarks in terms of the types of norms and governance we would like to see in this area and potentially making the link between those that are better established in the maritime domain. With that, let me hand over to Sujan Chino from IDSA to move us on to the maritime domain itself. So, Sujan, over to you.
Thanks, James. First off, if there is a first prize for brevity, the previous two speakers are likely to bag it. They finished in around 5 minutes. Thank you, President Kim, for having invited me, and also for giving me a topic which is rather complex, because I was asked to speak on India's maritime security in the context of a G2 situation. Now, the theme itself suggests that we are in an era of G2 competition, but I don't quite agree with that, because I do believe that, notwithstanding the fact that China has closed the gap with the United States in comprehensive national power, it's still a very long way behind the United States when it comes to aircraft carriers or their sort of domination of the maritime space. The Chinese PLA Navy is no match for the US Navy's 11 aircraft carriers versus 2, each one half the size of a US aircraft carrier that the Chinese operate. So as such, this gap is likely to remain intact for a long time. Now, the US-China strategic rivalry is obviously spilling over into a number of spaces, into the Indo-Pacific as well. And the conflict in the Indo-Pacific is best described by the 6 T's that I would like to put across to you. The rivalry and conflict revolves around trade, around technology, that includes AI and 5G, the 3rd T of territory, the 4th T of tenets and narratives and values, and thereafter also the sort of T of trust. And these together, trade, technology, territory, tenets, trust, these are a very potent mix along which there is emerging conflict. Now, China's naval expansion is quite palpable. It's building a blue water navy. You are aware of its SSN and SSBN, the Shang and Yuan class submarines, the fact that it's also operating a number of new air-independent propulsion submarines, the conventional diesel submarines as well, and increasingly making its presence felt in areas that it did not operate in earlier. This includes the South China Sea, it includes the East China Sea, it includes increasingly the Pacific Ocean, and more relevant from India's point of view, the Indian Ocean region. In the Indian Ocean, India views the Chinese presence as a brand new presence. It's come in 600 years after Admiral Chang He's occasional voyages. So we believe that it is a force for great disruption, since it's not accompanied by any kind of transparency. We believe that their submarines entering through, more relevantly, the Lombok and the Mumbai-Vetar Straits into the Indian Ocean is something that countries like India have to watch out for. India has a pole position, as you are aware, in the Indian Ocean region with 7,500 kilometers of a coastline, very long island territories in the Andaman and Nicobar as well as the Lakshadweep, and we have a proven record as a first responder also in the Indian Ocean region. India's response to the disruption in the maritime space has been along several planks. As a country, we have been operating now the P8I to have better maritime domain awareness. We are also building a coastal security system, a coastal radar security system throughout the Indian Ocean region, notably in island states like Sri Lanka, the Maldives, as well as Mauritius and Seychelles. Apart from that, we have been operating the Sea Guardian drones. We've been conducting anti-submarine warfare exercises with partners within the Quad and outside as well. And at the bilateral, trilateral, and plurilateral levels, we are conducting a very large number of joint exercises. These include exercises that are conducted in the context of the Quad, the Malabar, etc. The International Fusion Center for the Indian Ocean region that India hosts is also something that gives us a better sort of white shipping information in the context of our partnerships. Our view is that the Indian Ocean is the first concentric circle of concern for India, And thereafter, there is, I would imagine, a fade out when it comes to the South China Sea and the Pacific Ocean. China, as a disruptor, also seeks the expulsion of the United States and other large maritime powers such as France and the UK and others from its immediate periphery. And I think this is quite illogical because these countries have for long been a part and parcel of the Indo-Pacific region in trade, economics, and in terms of their military presence as well. As far as the Asia-Pacific is concerned, I think that's a concept that was more suitable to the last century. It's given way to the more inclusive, more democratic, more aspirational, more accommodating concept of the Indo-Pacific. And so that's where we stand today. As far as the future of the Quad is concerned, let me say that it's not a military alliance, but China is still at the center of its discourse, whether we speak of connectivity or infrastructure or critical supply chains or any such issues such as illegal fishing, for instance. The point is that China is generally the 800-pound gorilla in the room. The Quad, while it's not a military or a naval alliance, can flip over. But the determining factor here will be, in my view, China's behavior, not necessarily decisions taken elsewhere. So what Beijing does or does not do in the future in the region is likely to impact on the future of the Quad. An additional point I wanted to make here is that we are often asked in India whether the Quad will come to India's rescue if India has a problem with the Chinese. India should do much more with the Quad countries. By the way, we are doing a great deal with Japan, for instance. We have even ground forces exercise with Japan called the Dharma Guardian exercise. I think India is one of the only countries apart from the United States with whom Japan has ground forces exercises. But we have to remember that in the Quad, 3 out of the 4 are essentially maritime powers. It's only India that has a boundary issue with China. And India favors strategic autonomy, as you are aware. We also increasingly favor self-reliance in defense, for we cannot allow our critical supply chains to be subject to disruptions, whether on account of the war in Ukraine or because of sanctions or decisions taken elsewhere. The Quad cannot be expected to help India out with troops on the ground in terms of its face-off with China, because this region is also in cartographic terms not correctly depicted by some of the Quad members. So if you look at the maps of the United States, Japan and Australia, you may find that the territorial dispute between India and China is something on which they generally prefer to observe neutrality. And so if a country does not recognize, for instance, Aksai Chin as a part of Eastern Ladakh, that country is hardly likely to come and place boots on the ground. Having said that, let me quickly add, and this is my last point, that our closest defense relationship today is with the United States of America. It's a very, very strategic partnership, and we are doing, as I said, much more today with Japan and Australia. In Australia, we now participate in the Black Pitch and the Kakadu and all these exercises as well. We have cross-servicing agreements with all 3, and increasingly we are putting across more sophisticated platforms, all 4 of us in the Malabar, to enhance our interoperability. So that part of it is something that we greatly value, and we will continue to work on that. But in order to do more as a Quad, and perhaps in the future to do more militarily, we have to also align our cartography, in my view. The US, Australia, and Japan are also very close to us when it comes to technical cooperation. And there is a great deal of cooperation that is underway here between India and its closest strategic partners, such as the US in particular. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll come back to you, Chihao, but actually you've provided us with a very useful list of practical suggestions which focus on the space domain, but also much more broadly in emerging technologies. As I've said, we have now a pleasingly long amount of time for discussion, so it's 3:05 on the clock behind us here, and we're going to go until 3:50, so we have 45 minutes at least. I'm going to greedily take a small amount of that at the beginning. I'm going to begin with Ankit. Over lunch, we were reflecting with Philip about the discussion that we had this morning in the second panel, in which the two of you characterized the situation on the peninsula here as being one in which North Korean capabilities increased, and then the framework to manage that didn't manage to keep up. Is that sort of roughly what we're facing in the space domain that you've talked about? And maybe in that, might you reflect a little bit on what we heard from the other speakers about the range of capabilities that are being advanced and the attempt to find ways of managing these? I mean, at base, is that the problem we're looking at?
So I think there might be a few similarities, but it strikes me that the nature of the problem in space is different for a variety of reasons. The first thing is that one of the early lessons in the nuclear age, for instance, was that when you have military assets that are incredibly valuable and also incredibly vulnerable, that's a recipe for instability because the incentives for one's adversaries to carry out strikes on those assets will be rather great in a crisis. So, example of that, early in the nuclear age, for instance, bombers at airfields that were incredibly vulnerable to preemption potentially by long-range missiles, just as one example. And so in space, before, particularly for the United States, now the US Space Force is undertaking various means to make its space-based capabilities more redundant and resilient, networking satellites, proliferating capabilities in low Earth orbit. But for a while, the US has been highly concerned about the vulnerability of incredibly valuable space-based assets, which remain in orbit. So nuclear command and control assets, GPS satellites, and a range of other capabilities related to surveillance and reconnaissance. It is very difficult to make these satellites invulnerable to attack, and so securing these assets is difficult. So that's the first thing. The other thing is, and I think Dr. Lee referenced this in his presentation, is that situational awareness in space is incredibly difficult. Understanding and characterizing intentions and behaviors in space is far from an easy task. The United States has traditionally been the leader in this area. Other countries are increasing their efforts in the area of space surveillance. But while we often might imagine space as a place where objects are static, that's actually far from the reality. Orbit is fundamentally a condition in which objects are moving at tremendous speeds around the Earth. And so understanding what exactly is going on in space, particularly when it comes to military activities, counter space capabilities of the co-orbital variety, rendezvous and proximity operations, for instance, that becomes incredibly difficult, and the characterization problems then there are difficult. So I'd say these are some of the domain-specific differences that I see, James, as being quite important in the space domain. I think here we need to really advance governance at the multilateral level to help render space a little bit more of a governed domain more generally, but also for countries like the United States that are highly dependent on space, and for our allies and partners, encourage greater coordination on these issues more generally.
I'm going to turn to Sang-min in just a second, but can you just give us a little more? You talked in your presentation, Ankit, about the challenge of deterrence in space and gave a sort of rundown of what you see as the problems there. But could I just invite you to say a little more about that, just to put on the table how you think the various players, particularly those small number of countries that you mentioned, who have been developing the most advanced counter space capabilities, might be viewing this challenge?
So you mean the challenge specifically of deterring attacks against their assets, or American?
Deterring attack against their own assets.
So that's honestly an area where I think there's been less work because Russia and China rely less, more generally, on space than the United States traditionally has. Although, granted, this is starting to change. The Pentagon's recently released open source assessment of Chinese military capabilities, for instance, emphasizes the rapid growth of Chinese military space capabilities. So as that happens, I think this will actually align the interests that Russia, China, the United States, and other countries have. Traditionally, the U.S. has been overwhelmingly reliant on space for enabling its conventional military operations. And as Russia and China become more reliant on these capabilities, China in particular, I think we'll begin to see a greater alignment. I think one piece of evidence to that end is actually the focus on space sustainability in the Chinese State Council's white paper on space policy that came out last year in 2021, where there's an incredibly prominent emphasis on sustainability and sort of maintaining a free and usable space environment in low Earth orbit. So these dynamics are changing, and so paradoxically, as China's military capabilities advance and China becomes more reliant on space as an enabler for its own conventional military operations and nuclear, for that matter, eventually, I think that actually might bring a little bit of an alignment between how the U.S. and China and other states think about the value of preserving an unfettered space environment.
Sang-Min, can I turn to you? You mentioned in your presentation the way that this is viewed from ROK and Japan, but I wondered if you might talk a little bit more about how these countries would like to see forms of cooperation in space develop. I mean, you mentioned international cooperation at the end of your presentation, but could you say a little bit more about how you would like to see it, or you think it should develop?
네, 감사합니다. 사실 국제 협력에서 한국과 일본만 포함된 것은 아니지만 이 동북아시아에서의 그 우주 상황 인식에 대해서 좀 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다. 아까 전에 안키판다 박사님도 우주 쓰레기 문제라든지 우주에서의 어떤 억제라든지 이런 측면에서도 말씀하셨고 우주 상황 인식이 그만큼 중요하다는 지적을 해주셨는데 미국이 주도를 하고 있습니다. 우주 상황 인식에 있어서는. 하지만 우주의 그 많은 떠다니는 물체들을 미국에만 의존한다는 것은 제한이 있습니다. 그래서 전 세계 많은 국가들이 예산을 투입하고 그런 자산들을 확보해서 우주 상황 인식된 정보들을 서로 공유할 필요가 있다라고 저는 생각을 하고요. 특히나 제가 알기로는 동북아시아에서의 우주 상황 인식에 대한 자산이 많이 부족하다라고 알고 있습니다. 그래서 뭐 중국도 포함이 되어야 될 것 같고요. 한국과 일본이 더 많은 우주 상황 인식에 대한 공감대를 갖고 예산을 반영하고 자산을 도입을 한 다음 거기서 얻어지는 정보들을 전 세계와 같이 공유하는 쪽으로 이렇게 나아가야 되지 않나 생각합니다.
Now, I was going to go to Zhe Hao, but I think he's disappeared for a second, so I'm going to wait for a minute. And before I turn to Ambassador Sujan, I would like to ask both Seung-min and Ankit to reflect on what a responsible space power would mean. So in the discourse around cyber, there's quite a lot of discussion about responsible cyber power, what you should and shouldn't do if you're going to use particularly offensive cyber capabilities responsibly. So for instance, you shouldn't attack critical national infrastructure, or you should provide certain kinds of information about your capabilities. It strikes me that that's an interesting question to explore in emerging technologies in general and space specifically. And so I wonder, might I ask both of you to reflect on that question, beginning with you, Sang-Min, and then I'll ask a couple of other questions to Ambassador Sujan before we open things up. So Sang-Min, you first.
네, 좋은 질문인 것 같습니다. 책임 있는 우주 강대국. 현재는 사실 우주 강대국 하면 미국, 러시아, 중국, 인도, 일본 이 정도로 인식이 되고 있는데 사실 과거 핵 개발 과정, P5 국가들하고 좀 견주어서 생각을 해볼 필요가 있다 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 과거에 핵을 개발을 할 당시에 너무 경쟁적으로 개발하다 보니까 이 핵 기술들이 너무 확산되는 것들을 방지하기 위해서 NPT라고 하는 체제들이 만들어진 것처럼 우주에 있어서도 그와 유사한 가버넌스가 구축될 필요가 있다라고 생각합니다. 그거는 저는 우주 강국 좀 전에 말씀드렸던 그 국가들이 주도를 해서 구축을 해야 나가야 된다 이렇게 생각을 하는데 그거의 방향성은 좀 전에 말씀드렸던 것처럼 지속 가능한 우주 생태계를 유지하기 위해서 그들이 갖고 있는 기술력들, 긍정적인 기술력들을 공유를 하고 그리고 생태계를 파괴할 수 있는 각종 기술력들, 아까 말씀드렸던 대우주 무기 같은 것들은 금지하는 거기에 이제 적극적으로 자발적으로 그것을 지켜나가는 게 우주 강대국들의 책임 있는 모습이 아닌가 이렇게 생각합니다.
So James, likewise, I think this is a great question. It dovetails very nicely with ongoing multilateral efforts at the United Nations that actually grew out of a UK-sponsored General Assembly resolution a couple years ago on shifting the conversation around space from capabilities, which are difficult to control, difficult to verify and monitor, to behaviors. Exactly the question that you asked about what do responsible behaviors mean. And it's no surprise that states disagree about this. The United States, for instance, this year in April, unilaterally adopted a moratorium on conducting destructive direct ascent anti-satellite weapons tests. 10 countries, I believe, have reaffirmed this norm, including South Korea, Japan, France, a few countries. And so it's good to see this effort underway. But there are still significant divergences internationally. We have now, roughly speaking, around 70 space agencies around the world, around 16 countries that have autonomous capabilities to launch and place satellites into various orbits. And so the conversation around what practices are responsible, for instance, we heard from our Chinese colleague about the Starlink near-pass incident near China's Tiangong space station. One of the areas of disagreement between the US and China is about the nature of what exactly a close pass in low Earth orbit actually means. What are the parameters? What is the specific distance, the specific orbital mechanics that result in an irresponsible close pass? China and the US disagree about this. So there are significant numbers of issues here to be hammered out. Another area where I think there needs to be a conversation is around dual-use technologies. For instance, as we've emphasized on this panel, space junk is a problem. And part of the solution to dealing with space junk will be active debris removal technologies, which are satellites that can go into space, grab pieces of space junk, and forcibly deorbit them. But of course, as you might imagine, a satellite that can grab a piece of space junk can very easily grab another satellite in times of war. And so how do we create responsible behaviors that will allow us to remediate the orbital environment of space junk without generating concerns about how these capabilities might be misused or otherwise contribute to warfighting in space. So these conversations are playing out. The open-ended working group at the UN met twice this year and will meet 2 more times next year to hopefully continue debates and discussions on these issues. And my hope is that South Korea, Japan, countries in this region will take an active effort, as they already have, in contributing to those conversations.
So basically, I think in the dysfunctional multilateral system that prevails today, it will be very hard for any of these space powers to reach any kind of consensus. So I doubt very much if the US and China can reach any kind of agreement in the vitiated atmosphere. Number 2, I think we need to check what the effect would be of the systematic sanctions, export controls that the United States has put in place with regard to semiconductors and certain other critical technologies on China's and Russia's space program, as also obviously the missile program. And to the extent that it has an impact on the space program, what exactly would be the future contours. The third point is that the Chinese have used asymmetrical means to equalize when it comes to the US's sort of overwhelming reliance on, ISR, space-based assets, etc., by developing ASAT weapons and so on and so forth. But I think the Americans are also changing tack now, that instead of simply having carrier-based forces and the Minuteman ICBMs, there is a great deal of emphasis now on IRBMs. And when I was in Moscow 4 days ago, speaking at the Primakov readings, I thought I heard a lot of concern expressed by Russian and Chinese speakers about the US IRBM program. Last point is that in the Quad, we need to also see how space is playing a role, because a lot of the cooperation that is now envisaged under the Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness Initiative with regard to using satellite-based information sharing to counter illegal, unregulated and unreported fishing in the Indian Ocean, I think that is also going to bring some space powers together in terms of greater cooperation.
You've neatly brought on to one of the two questions I wanted to pose to you before we open it up for questions, the first of which was about the role that the Quad should play in this domain. So you mentioned the Maritime Domain Awareness Initiative, which for people who don't know, this was launched at the Quad Leaders Summit in April, the idea being that the Americans will provide advanced satellite capabilities to help stop piracy and illegal fishing, and depending on who's doing the briefing, counter Chinese assertiveness. What else, Ambassador, do you think the Quad, as a collective, as opposed to individually, can bring to this question, both of the development of these kind of advanced capabilities, but also to their governance?
Well, I think at this stage, the Quad is focusing on non-military aspects, and therefore, as you know, it made a great success out of even the vaccine cooperation during the pandemic. There's also been a great deal of focus on critical supply chains and high-end technologies. And apart from that, the Quad countries are also trying to work together to simply offer alternatives when it comes to choices in regard to the region's requirements for infrastructure and connectivity. So we've seen how the Quad countries help each other in terms of offering choices to, for instance, the Belt and Road Initiative. The American Millennium Challenge Corporation has had recent success in Nepal, for instance. India is also offering large amounts of lines of credit and other assistance. The Australians have stepped up their infrastructure financing in the Pacific. Japan is doing its bit. So I think the Quad is currently focused on these issues and not really looking at the military aspects.
Okay, one final question. Notionally, the panel here was meant to be about space and emerging technologies and the maritime domain, and so one of our tasks has been to try and find a way of linking the two of these. The ambassador just did that with reference to the Maritime Domain Awareness Agreement, but I wonder if we might link one more thread, and so Ambassador, and maybe Ankit, given you're a polymath, I might drag you into this too. Is there something that we can learn from the system of rules developed under UNCLOS in the maritime domain and the way that that was created that might provide an example for a future governance of space, a set of international conventions and rules which can be broadly adhered to? Is that somewhere that we might be able to look for inspiration? So, Ambassador, first you and then Ankit.
So I think UNCLOS is a great piece of work going back to 1982. It was the first time in history that the global powers came together to have any kind of agreement in the maritime space. For we have a history of the colonials having followed their own policies of mare liberum and mare clausum, in the medieval ages, and denying to one another certain maritime spaces which were reserved exclusively for their own trade and other purposes. And so 1982 is a great point of inflection for all of us to reflect on. Having said that, UNCLOS is still a kind of process. It's a thing in the making. it's not complete. Now, you have on the one hand glaring contradictions like China, for instance, having both signed and ratified UNCLOS, but in my view, not following it at all, and taking unilateral action. You have the United States that has signed but not ratified UNCLOS, and yet, for the most part, would be seen as greatly supportive of UNCLOS. Then there are more complicating factors, like, for instance, and two outstanding ones here I can point out. One is the tendency for great powers to seek exceptionalism. The United States, for instance, conducts routinely FONOPs against friend and foe. There is no distinction there. So in a bunch of countries against whom the US will conduct FONOPs, will also figure its best friends like India, Indonesia, the Philippines. The second point is that the US has a problem with excessive EEZ claims under UNCLOS, where new claims are still being filed on the basis of new data that is coming up about the extended continental shelf, etc. There, the US again would be challenging what we call straight baselines. The Chinese challenge straight baselines in the South China, the Chinese have claimed straight baselines in the South China Sea, which are rejected by the United States. But the US also rejects the straight baselines that India has, for instance, around Lakshadweep and on the western part of the Andaman and Nicobar. So we've got to keep these complications in mind. I don't think, therefore, UNCLOS, which is a thing in the making still, can provide any kind of a basis to reach agreement in outer space.
That was my one good idea, but Ankit, is that right? No?
Also, this is something that spacewalks get asked about a lot, is can we learn from how other domains have been governed and regulated? And I think going back to the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, the international community has acknowledged that space, due to various physical characteristics that I described earlier, is a unique domain. Where I do think there is perhaps a little bit of overlap is that I tend to think of space as the last ungoverned great commons, and that was part of what UNCLOS was designed to do, which is give the high seas, international waters, define what exactly the oceans meant to various countries, how this commons could be regulated, how commerce, military activities would be regulated in this shared commons. And I think insofar as there is an analogy to be drawn with space, I do think that's where it begins. But I do agree with the ambassador on the limitations. That said, I do think, agreements like the US-Soviet Incidents at Sea Agreement, the coal regs on collisions at sea, even the Code for Unplanned Encounters at Sea at the 2014 Western Pacific Naval Symposium can offer some useful maritime analogs for agreements that might be usefully pursued in space among spacefaring states to avoid sort of some of those misperceptions about near-pass incidents in low Earth orbit, emphasizing, which country has a responsibility to maneuver its satellite. One of the things that, again, makes space complicated compared to maritime issues is satellites, once they're launched, have a limited amount of fuel, and so it's incredibly expensive and lowers the lifespan of a satellite to conduct a maneuver, to move out of the way of another satellite that might be approaching. And so these disagreements between commercial entities and states and between states and other states don't usually have easy answers. So if China has a problem with Starlink passing near its space station, who calls who maneuvers their satellite, who maneuvers the space station? These issues need to be sort of hammered out, and there might actually be some useful precedent in the maritime space that could inform this conversation. But again, I do generally agree that the two domains are distinct. On the last note about the commons issue, it actually isn't the policy of the United States currently to recognize space as a commons, and I would advocate that that policy should change. I think it is glaringly obvious that space does possess many of the characteristics that we traditionally associate with commons. I'm not global commons by definition.
감사합니다. 오늘의 마지막 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 마지막 세션의 주제는 방위산업의 미래와 한국의 역할입니다. 사회는 백승주 전 차관님께서 맡아주시겠습니다. 차관님은 예전에 국방연구원에도 근무하셨으며 한국의 국방과 북한 문제 전문가로 널리 알려져 있습니다. 차관님 부탁드리겠습니다.
예, 들립니까? 예, 오후 근무 세션을 사회를 맡은 백승주입니다. 예, 주최 측에서 언어 사용 문제 관련해서 한국어를 사용해도 좋다 이렇게 해서 또 많은 청중들이 우리 한국어를 구사하는 분들이기 때문에 한국어를 제가 진행하겠고요. 우리 한국 토론자들도 이 점에 좀 신경 써줬으면 좋겠습니다. 아무리 시간이 바빠도 저희 감회를 좀 말씀드려야 되겠죠. 23년간 근무했던 카이다에서 이렇게 중요한 국제 세미나에 마더레이트로 초청해 주신 데 대해서 감사를 드립니다. 김윤태 원장님 또 이호석 부원장님 옛날 동료였는데 바쁜 일정에도 불구하고 오늘 세션을 위해서 자리를 함께하고 있습니다. 감사드리고요. 이번 세션의 주제는 여기 참석자들이 다 알고 계시지만 방위산업의 미래와 한국의 역할 이런 주제가 되겠습니다. 그 주제에 따라서 오늘 그 패널 참석자들도 미리 팜플렛을 통해서 쭉 안내되어 공지되어 있습니다만 참 익사이팅하게 구성되어 있다. 저는 그렇게 생각합니다. 이렇게 중요하고 예민한 주제에 대해서 한국 정부의 최고의 책임자에 속하는 방사청 정부 관계자도 참석해 있고요. 또 세계적인 국제 정치학자 분들도 외국에서 참석하고 계시고요. 더구나 또 의미 있는 것은 세계적인 또 방산업체인 보잉사의 임원도 한국 임원도 참석을 하고 있고 또 뜨고 있는 우리 방탄의 하나그룹의 젊은 간부도 오늘 토론자로 참석하고 계십니다. 각자가 처한 위치에서 한국의 방탄을 어떻게 진단하고 어떻게 평가하고 어떻게 갈 것인가에 대해서 오늘 상당히 의미 있는 토론이 진행될 것으로 생각을 합니다. 이번 세션에서 제가 총량으로 사용할 수 있는 시간이 약 1시간 60분 정도입니다. 주최 측이 다음 일정들을 고려하고 여러 가지 종일 세미나를 항상 고려하면 이 60분을 지키는 데 제 임무를 다하려고 합니다. 그래서 60분을 저를 포함해서 7분이 사용하는데 물리학적으로 하면 한 7분 정도 이렇게 사용하고 추가적인 또 질의 토론 이렇게 하면은 첫 번째 토론에서는 한 6분 정도씩 제가 사용했으면 좋겠다 이런 생각을 합니다.
차관님 사용할 수 있는 시간이 80분입니다. 60분 아닙니다. 죄송합니다.
플로어에 20분을 들려고 합니다. 아무튼 첫 번째 세션이 좀 더 긴박하게 진행하려면 6분에서 7분 정도 해서 또 주고받는 토론이 좋을 것 같습니다. 제가 일부러 시계 차고 왔습니다. 빨간 시계. 시간 통제를 조금 스스로 좀 해줄 것을 부탁드립니다. 그래서 시간 전략을 위해서 토론자를 제가 개괄적으로 말씀드리는데 한 분 한 분 따로 소개는 안 드리겠습니다. 그래서 그 점을 양해해 주시고 토론에 들어가도록 하겠습니다. 순서는 프로그램에 나온 순서대로 그렇게 하겠습니다. 그래서 먼저 카이다의 책임 연구원을 있으면서 방산 획득 연구 실장을 맡고 있는 박준수 박사님 토론 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
예, 백 차관님 소개해 주셔서 감사합니다. 저도 한글로 프레젠테이션을 드리게 될 것 같고요. 한글로 해야지 제가 좀 더 똑똑하게, 좀 더 스마트하게 말을 할 수 있을 것 같아서 이 점 양해 말씀드립니다. 자료에 미리 나눠드렸기 때문에 좀 빠르게 제가 드리고 싶은 말씀을 좀 요약해서 드리겠습니다. 오늘 저는 이 세부 제목으로 글로벌 중추국가인 한국, 그래서 방산협력이 어떻게 나아갈 것인가 하는 세부 제목을 좀 달아봤습니다. 이번 포럼의 대주제가 또 글로벌 중추국가의 한국의 위상을 또 정립하는 것이기도 하죠. 아마 최근에 방산 수출의 그 모습을 보면은 이 방위산업에서도 한국이 글로벌 중추국가로 나아가고 있다, 이렇게 평가해 볼 수도 있겠습니다. 정확한 수치는 뭐 확인이 돼야 되겠지만은 올해 아마 200억 불의 수출을 달성한 걸로 예상이 되고 있고, 이것은 올해 연도만 놓고 보면은 세계 5위권이다, 이렇게 전망하는 그런 분석가도 있었습니다. 그것이 바로 오늘 방위산업을 또 저희가 주제로 다루게 된 그런 최근에도 인식이지 않았나, 이런 생각이 들고요. 그 수출의 규모뿐만 아니라 수출의 성질이라 그럴까요? 수출의 특성에 있어서도 국제적으로 주목을 받고 있는 것 같습니다. 러시아 우크라이나 전쟁이 진행되는 와중에도 바로 그 인접 국가인 폴란드에 저희가 대규모 수출을 성사가 됐죠. 이거는 세계적으로 주목을 하는 것 같습니다. 왜냐하면 분쟁 국가이 바로 인접한 나라에 그런 방산 수출을 성사시켰다는 것은 저희 방산 장비에 대해서 뭐 신뢰를 그만큼 하는 것이고, 우리나라와의 관계도 그만큼 중요하게 생각하는 것이라고 하겠죠. 저희가 폴란드 방산 수출을 통해서 정치적인 거 말고 산업적으로 좀 짚어봐야 될 점은, 이 전쟁을 통해서 저희가 발견하게 된 게 많이 있습니다. 잘 아시다시피 러시아가 보유하는 첨단 무기가 전쟁에서 그렇게 결정적이진 않았고, 전쟁을 좌우했던 거는 결국 공급망, 방산 기반, 긴급 생산이 가능해야 되고, 또 미리 훈련이 돼 있어야 되죠. 연합 훈련을 할 수 있는 그런 체제가 갖춰져야 되기 때문에, 이 방산 공급망 기반이 돼 있지 않으면은 무기를 가지고 있어봐야 별로 실제 전장에서 크게 효력을 발휘하지 못한다, 이런 점을 저희가 새겨보게 됐고, 그래서 폴란드에 수출할 때 아마 한국 방산이 강점을 보였던 게 그런 점인 것 같습니다. 잘 아시다시피 상시적으로 대규모 분쟁을 대비해야 하는 나라가 우리나라 말고 또 얼마나 있겠습니까? 그런 현장에서 키워왔던 방산 장비들이 결국 세계적으로 인정을 받고, 폴란드뿐만 아니라 UAE라든지 호주, 그런 나라에 이집트도 있었죠. 수출 성사된 걸 생각합니다. 그러면 이런 그 좋은 소식과 함께 저는 이 좋은 소식이 더 좋은 소식이 되기 위해서 앞으로 나아갈 점들을 몇 가지 말씀드려보겠습니다. 먼저 우리 방산 수출이 규모라든지 어떤 성격 면에서 발전하고 있는 만큼 무기 수출 통제에 대한 그 지침이 조금 더 정리될 필요가 있습니다. 지금까지는 매출을 늘리는데 저희가 방점을 뒀다고 하면은, 이제는 방산 수출이 주변국과의 관계에서 어떤 외교 안보적인, 군사 정치적인 영향을 줄 수 있는 위치까지 왔다. 폴란드 수출이 또 이집트나 UAE 수출이 그런 단면을 보여주고 있죠. 그래서 우리의 방산 수출의 레짐이라 그럴까요? 이게 다시 한번 더 정립이 될 필요가 있다고 생각합니다. 그러면서 우리의 수출은 또 한 가지 그 안보 동맹하고도 연결이 돼야 됩니다. 안보 협력이라고도 더 확장해서 말할 수가 있겠는데요. 이제 제품 판매가 아니라 관계를 판매하는 걸로 나아가야 되겠죠. 그래서 안보적 이해관계가 동반이 돼야만 방산 수출의 어떤 국제적인 신인도, 우리의 국제적인 신인도가 올라갈 수 있다고 생각합니다. 그런 신인도는 결국 정부 간 협력이 필수입니다. 이 정부 간 협력은 그 기업이 할 수 있는 차원을 넘어서는 어떤 군사 교류라든지 국방 정책 교류 측면에서 이루어져야 되고, 그것이 방산 협력으로 이어져야 되는 것이죠. 그래서 방산이 따로 있는 게 아니고 군사와 안보적인 측면에서 같이 가야 된다, 이렇게 생각합니다. 그런 정부가 앞으로 추구해야 될 방산 협력은 조금 스트림하게 좀 봐야 된다 생각합니다. 방산 수출하기 전과 후로 나눠서 이게 순 흐름이 이어진다고 보거든요. 방산 수출이 일어나는 거는 그 순간으로 보이겠지만 그 앞뒤에서 연결돼야 될 부분이 많이 있습니다. 방산 수출 앞 단계에서는 그 나라와의 어떤 미래 전장에 대한 인식 공유, 그리고 군사력 건설에 대한 방향을 같이 공유하는 부분이 있어야 되고, 수출한 이후에는 우리 장비들이 벌써 세계에 많이 판매되고 공급되고 있기 때문에 그 공급된 후에 그 운영 유지 경험이라든지 그런 후속 군수 지원 경험이 좀 공유가 돼야 한다고 생각합니다. 예를 들면은 미국의 F-15K는 전 세계의 베스트셀러죠. F-15K 사용자 그룹이라는 그런 운영체가 가동이 되고 있습니다. 우리도 뭐 K2, K9 유저 그룹 뭐 이런 형태로 해서 전 세계의 우리 방산 경험이 서로 공유되고 하는 게 필요하겠습니다. 그런 정부 간 협력뿐만 아니라 제가 끝으로 말씀드리고 싶은 거는 제가 정부 연구소에 있다 보니까 1.5트랙의 역할도 굉장히 중요하다고 생각합니다. 저희 싱크탱크들이 할 수 있는 역할은 정부가 정부에서 혹은 기업에서 수출 현장 전선에서 나오는 그런 이슈들뿐만이 아니라 수출의 그 로우키로 저희가 짚어봐야 될 점, 그리고 각국의 싱크탱크들하고 연결해서 정부에 전달해야 될 메시지 이런 거를 발굴하는 그런 역할을 할 수가 있기 때문에 여기 오늘 패널로 오신 분들 포함해서 이 싱크탱크들의 협력과 교류가 더 필요하다고 생각합니다. 몇 가지 좀 제안을 말씀드려봤는데요. 이런 제안들이 앞으로 한국이 방산 협력을 좀 더 나아가는데 또 파트너 국가들하고 좀 더 긴밀한 협력을 이어가는데 좀 도움이 되길 바라겠습니다. 이상 발전을 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.
예, 박준수 실장님, 제가 너무 시간에 대해서 너무 압박감을 줬나요? 그래서 긴 주제를 짧게 시간을 지켜서 발표를 해주셨습니다. 지금 한국이 방산 수출되고 있는데 더 수출되고 그래서 외교적 지평과 어떻게 연결시켜야 될 것인가에 대해서 아주 고민하고 있는 그런 주제의 발표가 있었고 이런 문제들이 외교적 지평과 어떤 충돌을 일으킬 것인가 이런 부분에 대해서 활발한 토론이 진행될 걸로 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 다음은 싱가포르의 난중대학의 비징거 교수님 토론 순서입니다. 비징거 교수님 논문을 제가 개략적으로 제출된 자료를 봤는데 향후에는 뭐 한국의 방산을 갖고 전 세계에 다니면서 강의해도 되지 않겠느냐. 방산이 발전신 역사에 대해서 아주 간략하게 잘 스케치하셨고 많은 아이디어를 제시하셨습니다. 비징거 교수님 토론 부탁드립니다.
Thank you. I appreciate the invitation to come today. I'm also appreciative that Chungmin isn't the panel head here, because otherwise, this way I get an extra minute or two. Let me start off by saying I'm not going to really refer to my paper that much. You have it in English and Korean. You're welcome to read it at your own leisure. I want to use that paper as kind of a point of departure. And as we all know from William Shakespeare's play, Julius Caesar, Mark Antony's famous soliloquy in which he says he's come to bury Caesar and not to praise him. And then, of course, turns around very masterfully to actually praise Caesar and turn it all on his critics. I have come to praise the defense industry of Korea and not to criticize it, which means you can read into the lines. First of all, I want to say what I think is some good things and very, very impressive things about the Korean defense industry. I've been studying this industry for about 25 years, and the first thing I would say about Korea's defense industry is that it always continues to astound its critics. It is really difficult as a smallish country, middle income, emerging first tier type of income state, to be able to get into the arms business, and particularly the arms exporting business, because it's just simply so competitive, and there is a natural tendency among buying states to essentially stick with established supplier. The line I always use is my dad in his entire life was a GM guy. He would only buy Buicks or Pontiacs. He would never even think of buying a Ford. And there's a lot of countries around the world which are never going to consider products put out by states that they think are untested. but the Koreans have continued to be able to show that they can and have been able to not only build impressive pieces of hardware, but to be able to successfully sell that in the global market. And of course, most people here already know what we're talking about. The K9 Thunder self-propelled artillery piece, the KT-1 trainer jet, the K2 tank, and certain types of submarines and the like. And I think all of these things show that there's a lot of optimism and how the best way I can put it, can-do spirit that the Koreans show naturally in almost everything they kind of turn their hand to. Tell them they can't do it, and they will mostly turn around and try to at least prove you wrong. So after that very nice little back pat that I'm giving to the Koreans, let me turn around and talk about the other side of things. Because nothing is more precarious than being in the business of armaments production. It's a very, very tight, high risk, low reward type of thing. It is highly dependent, especially in many cases, on export sales. Export sales are never guaranteed from one year to the next. Yes, Korea had a great year. If you were a salesman, you would get your bonus and have a really nice Christmas. But like with all salesmen, come January 1st, you know, you're back to zero and you got to prove yourself all over again. And so obviously Korea is going to have a real trouble, or at least a real challenge, improving upon this year's sales. And the problem is, in a sense, is yes, you had a big sale to Poland. That doesn't mean that Poland's going to have the money to be able to turn around and place more orders. And they aren't necessarily going to, you know, go to Korea as its new go-to supplier. They're still going to be looking at other countries. And if the war in Ukraine sort of goes to a slower op tempo and countries have a chance to start catching up on procurement and being able to spend more time thinking about what it is they actually need and how they're going to acquire them and procure them, this may work against Korea. The other thing to think about Korea, too, is that it's done really well, but in a very narrow band. They've done very well selling self-propelled artillery, and they've done pretty well in other types of equipment. But there's whole areas where they haven't really been able to secure sales beyond maybe onesies or twosies. You know, it's very nice having Indonesia buy submarines, but that doesn't necessarily mean that other countries are going to be buying submarines too. You know, especially since the default mode might be, let's go to the Germans. After all, they built the thing in the first place. So I think you have to be very, very cautious in your optimism and try to figure out that if you want to become and remain a major player in the international arms business, there's a couple of things you're going to have to do. One, you're going to have to break out of the niche market. You're going to have to get beyond the idea that you sell only certain numbers of items to certain states and to become more of an across-the-board kind of supplier. You want to become one of those countries that is going to be naturally thought of as, oh, we should send them a request for a proposal and see what they can provide. That's not an easy thing to do. I have no idea how you can do it. The other thing is to think increasingly about how you're going to partner, because one of the things we're talking about today is Korea's role or Korea's place in the international arms industry, and a lot of that involves partnering. And it's partnering both to acquire technology that you can use to raise the level of, in this case, the Korean defense industry. And the other thing, of course, is partnering so that you can sell products. And so, for example, Turkey is buying not the K2 tank, but a lot of the pieces that will go into an indigenous tank built by the Turks. The same with the Indonesians. They're becoming a partner in the KF-21 because they want to be able to have certain technologies that they can use. In some cases, Korea is going to be the senior partner. In other cases, it might be better for them to be the junior partner. although that may be something that sort of inflicts the pride. Let me tell you, don't let that get in the way. So I guess if I was going to sum up everything, a lot of great news, a lot of things that I have to come back and say I'm consistently impressed by. But again, don't rest on your laurels. Don't expect that next year is going to be like this year. And you have to continue to keep moving up that ladder in order to improve your product line, both for your own national security purposes, but also to be able to be a more effective competitor in the global arms market. Thank you.
비신거 교수님, 감사합니다. 정말 오늘 중요한 제안들을 말씀을 하셨습니다. 어떻게 보면 한국의 방위산업을 저렇게 걱정하는 분이 계실까? 지속적으로 발전하기 위해서는 현재 만족해서는 안 된다는 거죠. 파트너십이 필요하고 틈새 시장에 의존하고 너무 해외 의존도에 수출에 의존도하는 것은 조금 주의해야 될 점이다. 이렇게 많은 토론거리를 제공했다고 생각을 합니다. 네, 감사드립니다. 근데 지금 이제 한글로 이 프로그램하고 영문 프로그램하고 순서가 조금 틀려요. 영문 프로그램을 축으로 해서 순서를 이렇게 토론 순서를 제가 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 다음 토론하실 분은 켄터키 대학의 로버트 펠리 교수님을 좀 초대하고자 합니다. 교수님 부탁드립니다.
Well, first I want to thank everyone for allowing me to come to this city. It's been a delightful visit thus far, and I look forward to the rest of this conference. I'm going to echo some of the themes that Dr. Bitzinger has already discussed with respect to the difficulty in tacking between an export-oriented defense industrial base on the one hand and one that is geared towards national defense. But really I want to put this in the frame of the extraordinary opportunity that defense exporters now face. We really have the biggest change, I think, in the defense export environment that we've seen since the end of the Cold War. The Russian invasion of Ukraine, I think, has heightened fears around the world of conflict and is going to drive up defense budgets, so demand is going to increase. At the same time, Russia has historically been a major arms exporter, and there are good reasons to believe that Russia is going to be incapable of fulfilling many of the contracts that it has made to export arms. They need the weapons themselves, and Russian industry is suffering from a variety of other problems. Right? This means that other producers now have an almost unique opportunity to step in and to essentially drive a new export reality. And I think that the Republic of Korea is almost ideally positioned to step into that hole. So what I'm going to talk about here today is what in the American South we refer to as keeping it between the ditches. And this is to say that when you're driving, there's a ditch on one side and there's a ditch on the other side, and you want to stay out of those. And the two ditches I want to talk about today are autarky in the defense business and integration, because both of these pose certain perils to a defense exporter. With respect to autarky and why autarky is dangerous, the first reason why autarky is dangerous, this is self-reliance in defense, is that fundamentally it's impossible. Right. The Republic of Korea cannot rely upon itself to develop defense technology and to produce defense technology that's going to be internationally competitive. The reason for that is no country can do this. The Russians cannot do this. The Chinese cannot do this. The British, Italians, and Japanese cannot do this. And the United States cannot do this either. Right. The United States has a deeply integrated defense industry. And so integration is necessary because integration introduces technology. And maintaining the technological edge of a defense industrial base is absolutely critical to its export success. Right, so autarky is fundamentally impossible, and striving towards autarky is necessarily limiting. The second reason why autarky is unproductive from the point of view of the Republic of Korea is that unlike some other exporters, the ROK faces a very real and critical defense threat. right? The weapons that the ROK produces are not simply for the export market, they are also to defend the country, right? This is a dangerous neighborhood. And so the ROK necessarily wants the most effective weapons that it can have, and it needs technology in order to produce those weapons, right? So those are the dangers of autarky. What are the dangers of integration? Well, one of the dangers of integration is that Korea is at the mercy of foreign countries with respect to the technologies that it can integrate into its systems. And we've already seen that with respect to the ability of the US government to limit Korean access to certain kinds of aerospace technologies. And a more immediate concern with respect to the export market is that integration often gives the partner a veto over the kinds of export deals that a country would like to make. The United States has the immense ability to veto the arms sales of almost any of its partners because of a variety of technology transfer, export control, and intellectual property regulations that have built up around the US defense industry. And that means that when you partner with the United States, you run the risk of Washington being able to dictate what you can sell and who you can sell to on any given occasion. Now, whether the United States does that out of geopolitical concerns or out of concerns over the sensitivity of technology or simply in order to preserve the market share of American defense companies, it doesn't matter, right? It represents a hard obstacle for a country that wants to export its military equipment. And so those are the ditches that the defense industry of the Republic of Korea faces right now, right? It must be autarkic enough that it can create goods that it can export without Washington having a veto. At the same time, it must be integrated enough that it can produce internationally competitive equipment that customers will want to buy and that the military services of the Republic of Korea will want to use. This is an extraordinarily difficult policy and regulatory problem, right? It's a regulatory scheme because much of this consideration is built upon a set of regulations and laws that are difficult to change on a day-to-day basis. And so, looking forward, the export profile and thinking about the export profile of the Republic of Korea needs to take great care in how it structures the kinds of technology that it acquires, the kinds of technology that it decides it will develop replacements for in order to pursue exports. And finally, I think the kinds of partners it decides to associate with on the other end, right? Because as the export profile of South Korea grows, it is going to be exporting to countries that it itself will have to worry about in terms of becoming competitors, right? And so soon the ROK will need to worry about exporting technology to countries that might try to replicate that technology themselves. This is simply a dilemma. There's no way around it, but we do have to keep it between the ditches. Thank you.
팔리 교수님도 아주 중요한 문제를 제기했습니다. 우리가 방위 산업을 발전시켜 가는 가운데 국내 경제적 요소인 부품의 국산화 문제가 굉장히 어느 정도 어떻게 가야 되느냐, 기술 통합의 문제, 또 이런 문제가 아주 방산 발전에 중요한 그 정도와 이렇게 어느 정도로 협력하고 어느 정도로 국산화시켜야 이 문제에 대한 판단이 중요하다. 오늘 마침 방위사업청에 우리 성일 장군님 또 나와 계시니까 이런 문제에 대해서 열띤 재미나는 주제가 우리가 수출하고 있는데 이미 터키에 경험을 했습니다만 수출 받은 국가들이 또 하나의 또 방산 수출 경쟁국이 될 수 있을 때 이걸 어떻게 그것을 다룰 것이냐 이런 주제도 우리가 의미 있게 토론해야 될 주제다 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 예, 감사드립니다. 다음은 여러 차례 제가 언급한 우리 성일 장군님이라 해야 될지 곧 은퇴하셨으니까 지금 방위사업청에 현재 고위 간부로 계시고요. 육군 소장을 마쳤습니다. 오늘 제기된 많은 문제에 대해서 지금 말씀해 주시고 또 많은 답변을 해야 될 그런 위치에 있지 않나 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 성일 장군님 토론 부탁드립니다.
감사합니다. 사실 그 외국에서 오신 두 분 패널께서 굉장히 중요한 언급을 해주셔서 특히 감사합니다. 그 틈새 시장 벗어나기, 그다음에 파트너십의 중요성, 그다음에 우리가 앞으로 이제 그 기술 수출하게 됐을 때 기술 오히려 유출로 인해서 우리가 겪게 될 이런 문제 등등에 대해서 말씀해 주셨는데, 일단 저도 현재 상황에 대해서 잠깐 언급을 하고 앞으로 우리가 지향해야 될 방향, 그렇지만 정말로 우리가 준비해야 될 방향에 대해서 몇 가지 언급을 하겠습니다. 우선 제가 말씀드리는 것은 개인적인 의견이지 이게 방사청의 정책이 아니라는 점은 먼저 말씀을 드립니다. 우리나라 방위산업은 지상무기 체계는 거의 국산화를 이루었습니다. 그것은 북한의 그 지상 위협이 가장 컸고 우리 나라에서 생산된 무기를 우리가 사용해야 하지만 적시적으로 저기에 대응할 수 있었기 때문입니다. 해상무기 체계도 우리 조선의 발전에 힘입어서 상당히 많은 국산화를 이뤘고 상당히 수준 높은 전압을 현재 만들어 사용하고 있습니다. 그럼에도 불구하고 상당히 또 많은 무기 체계를 해외에서 도입하고 있습니다. 공중 무기 체계는 아직까지도 우리는 이제 걸음마 단계라고 할 수 있는데 한국형 전투기를 만들었음에도 불구하고 아직은 선진국으로부터 많은 무기 체계를 신뢰할 수 있는 무기 체계를 도입해야 되고 또 사용할 수 있는 그 무장까지도 우리가 도입해야 하는 상황입니다. 현재 우크라이나 전쟁을 보는 시점에서 보면 갑자기 냉전 체제 이렇게 이후에 대규모 전쟁, 물론 이제 이라크 전쟁이나 아프간전이 있었지만 그건 어떻게 보면 정규전에 가깝지 않고 이라크전 정규전이었지만 바로 이제 그 전쟁 이후의 단계, 어떻게 보면 그것도 카운터 테러리즘에 가까운 그런 전쟁을 수행하면서 정규전에 대한 소요가 많이 줄어 있었습니다. 그러다 보니까 대규모의 생산력을 갖춘 나라들이 없었습니다. 미국을 제외하고 독일, 프랑스, 영국, 이태리, 그다음에 러시아, 중국은 좀 제외하더라도 이런 나라들이 과거에는 대규모로 생산할 수 있는 능력이 있었지만 현 우크라이나 전쟁을 볼 때는 그런 능력을 가진 나라가 없었습니다. 그렇지만 우리나라는 북한이라는 명확한 위협에 대비하기 위해서 상당한 수준의 무기 체계를 우리가 생산할 수 있는 능력을 갖췄고, 그다음에 퀄리티조차도 상당한 수준에 오른 무기 체계를 생산하고 있었습니다. 그래서 대한민국이 이번에 상당히 많은 양의 무기를 수출하면서 새로운 이제 방산 시장에 메이저리그에 진입했다라는 표현도 있었고, 새로운 아스널 오브 디모크라시라는 그런 말까지 듣고 있습니다. 하지만 이게 성공이라고 얘기할 수 있을까 이렇게 생각해 보면 제가 자문하면 저는 아니라고 대답할 수 있습니다. 이유에 대해서 좀 설명을 드리겠습니다. 현재 우리나라의 방위산업은 앞으로 어떻게 지향할 것인가에 대해서 먼저 말씀드리면, 현재는 자주국방에 중점을 두고 무기체계를 생산했지만 당장 한미연합전력을 우리는 운영을 해야 되기 때문에 미국과의 그 인터오퍼러빌리티라고 하는 부분을 항상 고려해야 됩니다. 그러다 보니까 미국 장비와 미국 무기체계가 호환할 수 있는 그런 체계를 계속 만들고 있고 개선을 하고 있습니다. 또 미국은 잘 아시다시피 세계에서의 그 군사적인 강국이지만 또 나토의 회원국으로서 나토와 그 나토 스탠다드를 또 준수를 하고 있습니다. 그렇기 때문에 한국도 자연스럽게 나토 스탠다드를 준수하는 무기를 지금 만들어 가고 있습니다. 경제적 관점에서 대한민국은 국내 국내 무기체계 소요만으로 국내 산업을 유지할 수 없다는 걸 너무나 잘 알고 있습니다. 그래서 해외로 나가야 된다는 점을 잘 알고 있고, 대신에 한국이 가지고 있는 강점을 최대한 이용하려고 노력하고 있습니다. 기반 산업을 최대한 이용해서 우리 무기체계를 만들려고 합니다. 그다음에 그럼에도 불구하고 이건 파트너십이라고 아까 강조하신 것처럼 저희가 일방적으로 무기를 셀링만 할 수는 없습니다. 그래서 우리도 바잉을 해야 되는데 서로 주고받을 수 있는 관계, 우리가 약점 있는 부분은 최첨단 무기체계들입니다. 그래서 그런 무기체계들은 해외로부터 우리가 계속 도입을 해서 상호 관계를 유지하려고 하는 방향을 우리는 지속적으로 지향할 것입니다. 국내 방위산업은 다시 말씀드려서 국내 전력과 소요만으로는 우리 방위산업 자체를 존속시킬 수 없기 때문에 신규 소요를 확장하는 측면에서 해외 수출을 계속적으로 지향할 것입니다. 그렇지만 단순한 해외 수출이 아니고 파트너십입니다. 주고받는 것이 반드시 이루어지는 그런 관계를 형성하려고 노력할 것입니다. 그래서 국내 생산성을 유지하기 위해서는 현재 새로운 무기체계, 매년 새로운 무기체계를 우리가 만들 수 없습니다. 자동차는 매년 새로운 모델이 나오지만 전차는 한 번 나오면 30년 뒤에 새로운 모델이 나옵니다. 그런 것처럼 새로운 모델을 만들 수는 없지만 우리가 업그레이드는 계속해서 할 수 있습니다. 그래서 신규 업그레이드를 통해서 우리가 공장의 어떤 활성화를 계속 유지할 것이고 해외 시장도 계속해서 저희가 진출을 하지만 당연히 우리 것을 판매하는 것 그냥 거기에 그치지 않고 우리 무기 체계를 제공함과 동시에 현지 생산할 수 있는 기술을 제공할 것이고 그다음에 MRO 능력도 제공을 할 것이고 그 나라가 원하면 거기서 생산한 무기를 제3국에 수출할 수 있는 것까지 고려할 것입니다. 아까 이제 무기 체계 기술이 유출돼서 새로운 경쟁자가 되는 부분에 대한 걱정을 잠깐 하셨는데 그 부분에 대해서는 우리가 더 적극적으로 우리 기술을 발전시켜서 기술 격차를 우리가 유지하는 방법 외에는 다른 방법이 없습니다. 기술 유출을 두려워해서 기술을 주지 않으면 결코 우리 무기를 사지 않을 것입니다. 이미 세계에는 너무나 많은 좋은 무기가 있기 때문에 우리 무기 체계가 가지고 있는 장점인 현재화 가능하게 하고 기술을 우리가 제공하는 부분에 대한 강점을 살릴 수 없기 때문에 그렇습니다. 그다음에 저희가 아까 파트너십을 말씀드렸는데 해외에서 무기를 도입할 때 과거에는 단순하게 그 업셋의 어떤 말하자면 우리 권리로 우리가 100억 불어치 도입을 하면 50억 불어치의 무기를 또는 우리가 생산할 수 있는 기회를 달라고 그래서 그런 걸 많이 활용했습니다. 그런데는 이제는 그런 단순한 무기 체계의 부품 또는 구성품을 생산하는 데 그치지 않고 세계 메이저 방산 기업과 파트너십을 가지고 공동 연구 개발이라는 것을 지금 추진하고 있습니다. 서로 한국이 주도하는 또는 외국계 기업이 주도하는 무기 체계에 각각 가진 장점을 활용해서 공동으로 연구 개발해서 무기를 만들고 같이 사용하거나 같이 수출할 수 있는 무기 체계를 만들겠다는 것입니다. 그다음에 우리나라는 지금 현재도 국방 R&D에 투자를 굉장히 많이 하고 있습니다. 전체 규모로 보면 방산 획득 예산의 거의 30%에 가까운 예산을 투입하고 있는데 더 많은 예산을 투입할 것이고 현재는 우리 방산의 혁혁한 공로자인 ADD에 대부분의 연구 자금이 들어가 있는데 ADD뿐만 아니라 우리 기업에도 연구 자금을 투입해서 방산 능력을 더욱 키울 겁니다. 근데 이제 제가 이렇게 미래의 어떤 비전에 가까운 얘기를 드렸는데 현 시점에서 제가 아까 브라이트 사이드만 말씀드렸지만 미래가 현재 시점의 성공이냐라고 했을 때 제 스스로는 아니라고 했던 점을 말씀을 드리면 이번에 한국산 무기체계 수출은 그때 때마침 대량 생산할 수 있는 나라, 그 다음에 빠른 시간 내에 공급이 가능한 나라, 그 다음에 우리가 신뢰할 만한 수준의 무기체계를 생산했기 때문에 가능했습니다. 그러면 향후에 2, 3년 뒤에 현재 독일, 영국, 프랑스와 같은 나라들이 현재는 소량 생산 체계이고 라인업이 갖춰져 있지 않지만 2, 3년에 생산 라인을 갖추게 되면 그때는 어떻게 될 것이냐. 기존과 같은 대량 생산 체계를 갖춘 메이저 방산 기업들이 또는 국가들이 나타나게 될 것입니다. 그때 우리나라에게 기회가 있을 것이냐? 저는 그렇게 생각하지 않습니다. 그래서 대한민국 방산이 현재 상당한 우위에서 점하고 현재 수출을 늘리고 있는 이 시점에서 정말로 우리가 신뢰할 수 있는 파트너십을 구성을 해야 됩니다. 우리도 정성을 다해서 무기체계 수출과 기술 이전에 노력을 다해야 되고 마찬가지 그쪽으로부터 우리가 적절한 양의 도입을 통해서 첨단 무기 도입을 통해서 서로 신뢰할 수 있는 관계를 유지하지 않으면 이건 일시적인 현상에 머무를 가능성이 굉장히 큽니다. 폴란드에 우리가 굉장히 많은 무기를 수출했지만 폴란드의 강점이 있습니다. 폴란드는 플랫폼에 대해서는 상당히 약하지만 개조 개발은 또 굉장히 능한 그런 능력을 가지고 있습니다. 우리가 수출한 플랫폼의 능력을 개조 개발한 플랫폼을 우리가 다시 도입하는 이런 방식을 통해서라도 상호 관계를 저희는 계속 개발을 해야 된다고 생각합니다. 현재 2, 3년, 최대 5년 내에 대한민국 방산이 그런 세계적인 시장에서 위상을 점하려면 더욱더 정부에서 노력을 해야 되고 그런 구조를 의사결정 구조를 만들어야 된다고 생각합니다. 현재는 층층시야 구조로 되어 있습니다. 기존 조직으로는 이런 위기를 극복하기 어렵다고 생각합니다. 제가 위기라는 표현을 썼는데 이건 기회이자 굉장히 위기입니다. 그래서 위기를 극복하기 위한 새로운 조직을 체인 오브 커맨드를 구성을 해서 앞으로 보다 적극적으로 우리 방산이 해외 진출할 수 있도록 정부 차원에서 지원이 필요하다고 생각을 합니다. 무기 체계는 절대 현재 우리가 편의점에 가서 있는 것처럼 전시되는 걸 가져오는 산업이 아닙니다. 그래서 우리가 방산 능력을 무조건 키운다고 팔 수 있는 것도 아니고 그다음에 준비 안 하고 있다가는 갑자기 생산량을 늘릴 수 없습니다. 결국 파트너십이 정말로 중요하다는 걸 다시 한번 말씀을 드립니다. 이상입니다.
토론 감사합니다. 사실 저도 정부에서 일을 조금 해봤고 국방연구원에 있었지만 근데 토론하기가 굉장히 겁이 나요. 잘못하면은 토론이 문제가 될 수도 있고 그런데 특히 중요한 정책을 다루는 성일본부장 직접 나와서 사견임을 전제했지만 이렇게 자세하게 짧은 시간에 설명해 주셔서 고맙습니다. 특히 아마 인쇄물에도 성일 장군이 주장이 좀 담겨 있는 것으로 알고 있으니까 좀 참고를 바라고요. 이게 오늘 주제가 너무 딱딱하니까 너무 엄숙해요. 그래서 조금 예측 능력을 보기 위해서 오신 6분한테 공통의 질문을 하나 미리 드려놓겠습니다. 금년에 한 200억 달러 정도 수출해서 한국 방산, K 방산이 최고의 호황인데 이 호황이 앞으로 몇 년 정도 계속될 것이고 몇 년 정도의 어려움이 올 것인가 그 숫자로 1년, 2년, 3년, 4년, 5년 여기에 대해서 6분이 나중에 토론 끝나고 각자 한번 대답을 좀 준비해 주세요. 그래서 몇 년 지나서 어느 분이 가장 정확하게 예측했는가 올 청중에서 좀 평가할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 하여튼 성 본부장님께서 상호 운용수의 문제, 반산 공급 능력의 문제, 또 여러 가지 팔리 교수가 지적했던 그 파트너십의 구축 문제, 여러 가지 문제 의식을 갖고 현재 정책을 다루고 있는 것을 조심스럽게 말씀해 주셨습니다. 다음으로는 그 보잉사의 보잉과 락히드 마틴 한국의 카이가 이렇게 경합해서 보잉이 승리를 거뒀었는데요. 그 시점에 제가 미국의 헬리팩스에 가서 보잉 사장님들을 만나서 승리의 비결을 제가 들은 적이 있습니다. 그 얘기는 소개를 안 하겠고요. 그때 조크로 그렇게 했습니다. 제가 차관 더 오래 했으면 보잉을 우리가 카이가 이겼을 거다 이렇게 드리고 웃고 넘겼습니다만 어쨌든 존킴 부사장님 토론 좀 부탁드립니다.
Thank you very much, and I'm honored to be part of this panel member with the distinguished colleagues here today. And I think the prevailing theme today on the defense industry is partnership, and I think when we speak to defense industry and defense sales, partnership is probably the most important thing, because we're not selling just anything. What gets exchanged protects lives, preserves security, and protects our way of life, democracy. And Boeing Company is very proud of our long-established relationship, very positive relationship with Korea. Dates back to 1948 when the first aircraft, DC-3, Boeing Heritage aircraft, was provided to Korea. Today, over 370 Boeing aircraft, both commercial and defense, are operated in Korea. On average, 145,000 daily passengers are using Korean carriers, using Boeing planes. Boeing Company is partnered with over 50 Korean companies. And in the areas of defense, Korea operates many of Boeing's preeminent state-of-the-art platforms. I appreciate the comment earlier about the capabilities of F-15K. F-15 is going through a reinvention. The only aircraft U.S. Air Force is purchasing after 40 years of usage, a brand new F-15 will be purchased by U.S. Air Force F-15EX. Proven capabilities, over 100 air-to-air combat, and 0 losses. When it comes to our partnership, we like to believe that Boeing has contributed to the significant success of Korea's defense industry through over $5 billion of offset achieved over the past 15 years. Now, Korea is one of the most impressive and successful countries with defense industry capabilities, and we recognize that. At the company I work for, Boeing Defense, Space, and Security, we cover capabilities platforms from space with satellites to underwater with large unmanned undersea vehicle. But we also know that with emerging technology and competitors, we can't be good at everything. So we focus on many things, and we've also left some of the other capabilities to other companies. And I think this is where opportunity for cooperation arises. And in this day and age, where Korea's defense industry capability is, and the relationship that exists between Korea and the United States, I believe is a moment of win-win opportunity for Korea and Boeing. I say that because we see many strengths in Korean capabilities and industry, and Boeing Company, in its long history in the defense capabilities, we've always built things in the US. But because of the emerging capabilities in countries like Korea, we are seriously looking to partner with a country like Korea to seize the initiative that's out there, leverage the technology strength of Korea, and perhaps find ways to develop new partnership for the next 30 to 50 years. Thank you.
의원님 토론 감사드립니다. 키워드 반복적으로 파트너십을 강조했고 지금까지의 보잉과 한국의 방위산업의 파트너십, 또 미래 3, 40년간 파트너십을 중요성을 강조했습니다. 저도 국방위원회 간사하면서 국회의원으로 일할 때 보잉과의 파트너십을 위해서 조금 노력을 많이 해서 보잉의 R&D 센터를 한국에 유치하려고 노력을 했습니다. 성공적으로 유치가 되어서 지금 판교에 세계 두 번째로 보잉에서는 두 번째로 R&D 센터를 설립하고 운영하고 있는 것으로 알고 있습니다. 아무튼 그 바쁜 시간에 토론을 보잉 삭션과는 파트너십에 대해서 아주 의미 있게 설명해 주신 데서 감사를 드립니다. 자, 우리 토론 판넬 중에서는 마지막으로 국내 최고의 방산 그룹 하나그룹의 에어로스페이스의 박신영 차장님이 참석을 했습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 저는 하나 에어로스페이스에서 K9 자주포를 생산하는 LS 사업부 해외 운영 팀장으로 일하고 있는 박신영 차장이라고 합니다. 네, 오늘 이 자리에 사실 학계 그리고 저희 정부 어떻게 보면 이 방위산업의 선배님들이 모두 계신 이 자리에서 업체의 대표로서 좀 이런 발언을 할 수 있어서 굉장히 영광이고요. 실수를 하지 않기 위해서 준비된 내용을 좀 말씀을 드리고 말미에 좀 의견 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 일단 업체의 입장에서 봤을 때 그리고 저희 대표 사업인 K9 사업과 연계를 해서 봤을 때 이 현재 코로나19 그리고 또 우크라이나 전쟁 이런 세계 질서의 여러 요인들 때문에 세계 이 상황들이 많이 급변을 하고 있습니다. 이런 변화에 따라서 이 방위 산업을 얘기하기 위해서는 우선 그 과거로부터의 교훈을 저희가 좀 살펴봐야 한다고 생각을 합니다. 벌써 30년 정도 지났지만 이 냉전이 종식이 되면서 이 각국은 광범위하게 국방 예산 감축이 이루어졌고요. 또 미국, 유럽 같은 선진국의 방산 업계들은 또 수익성이 저하됨에 따라서 또 생존의 위기를 겪었다고 알고 있습니다. 이러한 시기에 그 세계의 방위산업계가 이런 위기를 대처를 하고자 찾아냈던 답은 대규모 구조조정이나 M&A가 활발하게 이루어졌다는 걸로 알고 있고요. 90년대 초부터 이 국가별로 방산업의 통합 또 대형화가 이루어지고 방산업계의 전체 양산 규모나 이 생산 능력들은 앞에서 성일 장군님이 말씀하신 대로 많이 줄어들게 됩니다. 그러다 보니 이제 냉전 종식 이후에 글로벌 방위 산업에 영향을 미친 사건으로 또 테러와의 전쟁이 있습니다. 또 9.11 테러 이후에 이 당장의 전쟁 수행을 위한 신무기 개발은 또 미뤄지는 그런 현상들이 발생을 했고요. 그 저희의 경쟁 장비라고 볼 수 있는 미국의 그 구형 M109 팔라딘 같은 경우도 크루세이더라는 개량 사업을 추진을 하다가 이 시기에 이제 멈춘 걸로 알고 있습니다. 이러한 냉전 종식 그리고 테러와의 전쟁이 어떻게 보면 역설적으로 우리나라 방위 산업에는 기회를 제공했다라고 생각을 합니다. 단적으로 그 앞서 말씀드린 미국의 차기 자주포 크루세이더가 출시가 되었다거나 혹은 그 독일이 저희 경쟁 장비인 PGH-2000 자주포를 지속적으로 대량 생산을 했다라면 이 K9 자주포가 세계 시장에서 이러한 경쟁력을 갖추을 수 있을까라는 의구심을 업체로서도 이렇게 가지고 있습니다. 지금 현재 또 저희가 굉장히 우려하고 있는 이 우크라이나 사태에 있어서도 굉장히 어떻게 보면 러시아의 그 업체 입장에서 봤을 때는 악영향을 줄 수 있다라고 조심스럽게 좀 말씀을 드릴 수 있겠는데요. 러시아가 지금까지는 세계 방산 시장에서 2위의 위상을 유지해 왔지만 그 자국의 방산 경쟁력을 지속적으로 지켜내기에는 현재 이 모든 상황들이 굉장히 애로가 있을 것이라고 판단을 합니다. 이러한 상황에서 또 미국, 프랑스, 이스라엘 그 한국 같은 그 경쟁 국가의 방산 업체들이 어떻게 보면 이 세계 시장 점유율을 늘리기 위해서 치열한 경쟁을 이미 시작을 했다라고 생각을 하고 있고요. 그러다 보면 이제 러시아의 시장 점유율은 어떻게 보면 상당 수준 저희가 잠식할 수 있을 거라고 전망을 하고 있습니다. 네, 그 현 시점에 세계 방위 산업이 그 잠재적인 분쟁 수요들이 계속 늘 거라고 생각을 하고요. 그러나 저희처럼 이렇게 대량 생산을 이어온 나라들이 적기 때문에 이 시기에 바로 저희가 어떻게 보면 큰 경쟁력을 가지고 있다라고 생각을 합니다. 그러면 이러한 시장 상황, 세계적인 글로벌 시장을 볼 때 이 방위산업 시장에서 한국 그리고 한화가 어떻게 해야 하느냐에 대해서 조금 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 그 모두가 알고 계시듯이 우리나라는 그 분단 국가라는 특이점을 가지고 있고 많은 안보 위협에 직면을 하고 있습니다. 그러다 보니 국가적으로 많은 도전이나 어려움이 있었지만 어떻게 보면 이것이 한국의 방위 산업의 발전을 이끈 요인이라고도 할 수 있는데요. 이러한 안보 위협 속에서 정부 주도하에 저희는 끊임없이 제품과 기술 개발 투자를 해왔고요. 또 실전 운용을 통해서 검증도 거쳤습니다. 그러다 보니 저희가 실제적으로 영업 현장에 나가서 세계 각국의 고객들을 만나다 보면 그 장비의 한국의 운용 수량이라든지 운용 연도라는 것을 보고 굉장히 감탄을 맞이하지 않습니다. 어떻게 보면 저희 장비의 경쟁력이 바로 여기서 나온다라고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 올해 저희가 폴란드 K9 자주포를 비롯해서 굉장히 많은 수출 실적이 있었고요. 어떻게 보면 지금 제가 2004년에 한화 디펜스 9 삼성 테크유니로 입사를 해서 K9 자주포 수출을 시작을 했는데 그 당시에는 1개국 오로지 터키에만 그 수출을 하고 있었습니다. 그런데 18년이 지난 지금은 저희가 8개국에 1000대에 가까운 자주포를 수출을 한 상황입니다. 굉장히 어떻게 보면 선배님들에 비해서는 짧은 경력이지만 격세지감을 많이 느끼고 있는데요. 근데 지금 이 시점이 뭔가 이 실적에 도취되면 절대 안 된다라고 생각을 합니다. 저희가 독일이나 다른 경쟁 국가 대비 고객들이 말하는 이점은 현지에서 원하는 니즈를 많이 충족시켜 주기 때문이라고 얘기를 합니다. 현지화를 요청을 하면 그에 맞는 모델을 개발해서 현지화를 해주고, 또 예산이 적을 경우는 중고 장비를 정부의 큰 협력을 얻어서 중고 장비 수출을 하고, 이러한 그 고객들이 원하는 니즈를 만족시켜 주는 데에 굉장히 큰 그런 평가를 하는데요. 이것이 정말 앞서 많이 선배님들 그리고 학계에서 교수님들 말씀하셨듯이 한국 방산 기술의 어떻게 보면 유출로 이어지면 절대 안 된다라고 생각을 합니다. 따라서 그 기술 보호에도 저희가 좀 더 노력을 강구하고 있고, 그리고 이 고객들 그리고 파트너십 말씀 많이 해주셨는데, 이 고객들을 지속적으로 이어가고 시장을 지속 확대하고 주변국까지 확대하기 위해서는 저희가 계약된 사업을 철저하게 제때 적기에 어떻게 보면 국가를 대표하는 사업이라고 생각을 하거든요. 국가에 먹칠하지 않도록 잘 이행하는 부분, 이게 가장 중요하다라고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 그리고 이러한 파트너십뿐만 아니라 저희는 기술 개발에 있어서도 투자를 게을리해서는 안 된다라고 생각하고요. 결국은 그 제3국 수출도 말씀을 하셨는데, 저희가 기술 이전을 해준 국가의 동일한 장비가 수출 시장에서 저희의 경쟁 장비가 된다라 그러면 그것은 최악의 상황인데, 아직까지는 자신감이 있습니다. 저희가 기술 이전을 했던 어느 국가의 그 국가형 K9도 저희보다는 기술력에서 절대로 검증받은 적이 없다라고 생각을 하고, 실제로도 같은 고객을 다른 경쟁사로서 갔을 때도 한화를 가장 높게 평가를 하고 있습니다. 그래서 여기에 머무르지 않고 지속적으로 기술 개발 투자 또 이어나가야 한다라고 업체 입장에서 생각합니다. 이상입니다.
사실 우리 국내 중소방산업체들 경우에는 파트너십이 외국 정부, 한국 정부 또 외국의 방산기업과의 파트너십보다도 국내 그 중소 부품업체들하고의 파트너십을 어떤 철학을 갖고 하고 있는지도 좀 설명해 주면 좋겠다는 생각이 듭니다. 예, 6분 토론 들었습니다. 정말 6분 토론자께서 플로어에 계신 분들하고 이렇게 시간을 드리기 위해서 엄격하게 시간을 스스로 이렇게 자제해서 사용하셔서 지금 40분을 남겼어요. 30분을 남겼습니다. 우리가 예정된 계획 시간에서 30분을 사회자로서 어떻게 사용할 것인가를 이렇게 생각을 해뒀습니다만, 우선 한국의 방산 호황이 조금 설명되었지만 앞서 질문한 대로 몇 년 정도까지 호황이 될 것인지에 대해서 6분 얘기를 좀 먼저 연역적으로 말씀하시고, 또 토론 과정에서 나왔던 대답해야 될, 보충 설명해야 될 부분들을 한 2, 3분씩 이렇게 설명을 해줬으면 좋겠습니다. 오늘 몇 년 그 예측 부분을 분명히 기록해뒀다가 몇 년 뒤에 누가 통찰력이 좋았는지를 저희들 판단하려고 합니다. 먼저 우리 박준수 실장님.
예, 백차관님 먼저 저한테 기회를 주셔서 좀 얄밉습니다. 예. 저를 먼저 지목하지 않으시기를 제가 내심 기대하고 있었는데요. 그래도 제일 먼저 이렇게 발표를 하면은 좀 틀리더라도 좀 익스큐스가 되지 않을까 싶은 마음에서 질문하신 내용에 답을 조금 드릴 수도 있겠습니다만은 몇 가지 생각해 볼 점을 말씀을 드려보겠습니다. 일단 예측이라고 하면은 저희가 뭐 이렇게 점을 찍듯이 이렇게 포인트 에스티메이션 할 수는 사실 없을 겁니다. 그거는 어느 누구라도 불가능할 텐데요. 지금까지 트렌드, 어떤 그 경향성을 보였는지 하고 지금까지 보인 경향성 속에 있는 구조적인 요인들을 몇 가지 좀 말씀을 드려보고 싶습니다. 일단 경향을 보면은 놀랍게도 한국 방산의 수출은 물론 이건 계약 기준입니다. 컨트랙 기준이고 딜리버리 기준은 아닙니다만은 이렇게 유지되는 기간은 있었지 떨어지는 기간은 없었거든요. 한 5년 그 기간이 한 5년 정도, 5년에서 한 7, 8년 정도 유지되다가 한번 점프를 하고 점프하면 또 유지되다가 또 한번 점프하고 이렇게 경향을 보여왔습니다. 그거는 그 계약 기준이기 때문에 실제 인도되는 기준으로는 제가 확인할 수 없습니다만은 그런 경향성을 봤을 때 앞으로 만약에 방산 수출이 떨어진다라고 하면은 지금까지와는 다른 구조적인 요인이 작용을 하는 거겠죠. 그 다른 요인이 어떤 것이 있을 것인가, 상황이 바뀌게 될 만한 요인이 뭐 내부적 요인이 있고 외부적 요인이 있을 것 같습니다. 내부적 요인으로는 뭐 특정 기업의 어떤 거를 제가 뭐 굳이 그거를 말씀드리는 건 아니지만 우리 방위산업도 나름 M&A를 거쳤다고 생각합니다. 그 미국의 뭐 대형 방산업체들이 90년대 전후로 M&A를 했고 그 M&A를 통해서 뭐 범위의 경제, 규모의 경제를 이루면서 수출 시장에서 좀 더 활력을 띄웠듯이 우리나라도 종합방산업체 나타난 거죠. 아까 어느 분이 말씀하셨습니다마는 그 포트폴리오가 다양해야지 수출의 변동성에 대응할 수 있다. 그런 기업이 우리나라도 나타났습니다. 대형 방산업체 나타났고 그 대형 방산업체를 중심으로 수출은 좀 더 이렇게 부스팅 될 수 있는 여지는 많이 있다고 생각합니다. 그게 첫 번째 긍정적인 요인이고요. 두 번째 좀 부정적인 요인은 그 대형 방산업체 이외의 기반은 아직까지 올라오지 않았다. 그러니까 어떻게 보면은 지금 우리 방위산업의 그 조금 중요한 부분들을 한 곳으로 다 모여져 있기 때문에 모여지고 있진 그 나머지 부분은 사실 좀 취약한 게 사실이죠. 그래서 그 부분은 좀 취약한 부분이라는 점 말씀드리고 싶고 그 외부적 요인을 짧게 좀 말씀드리겠습니다. 그 이제 컨트랙 기준으로는 저희가 뭐 엄청난 실적을 보였습니다만 딜리버리 기준으로 보면은 시프리 데이터입니다만은 제가 정확하게 기억은 나지 않습니다. 1% 내외, 1% 정도, 1%도 안 되는 걸로 알고 있습니다. 그 세계 방산 수출을 이렇게 쭉 그 내림차순으로 정리를 하면은 한 70%, 80% 정도가 미국과 러시아가 여전히 잡고 있고 그 밑에 5%에서 1% 사이에 한 10개국 이상이 거의 촘촘하게 자리를 하고 있습니다. 그거는 벌써 10년 전부터 계속 올라오는 상황이거든요. 갈수록 촘촘해집니다. 그러면 한국의 방위산업이 그 10위권 그 촘촘하게 있는 그 티어를 뚫고 갈 수 있을 것이냐. 그 나라들은 뭐 계속 현상을 유지할 것이냐 그러면 그렇게 밝지만은 않거든요. 최근에 영국이나 프랑스가 수출에서 조금 저조한 그런 어떤 그 기회가 우리의 방산의 기회, 수출에 좀 증가했던 기회라고 해석할 수도 있고요. 그 외부적 요인으로는 상당히 좀 부정적이다 생각합니다. 그래서 저는 결론을 제가 말씀을 드리면은 당분간은 이 선을 유지하거나 넘지 못할 거라고 생각합니다. 이게 재차 말씀드리지만은 컨트랙 한 실적이 딜리버리로 가는데 시간이 걸리거든요. 계속 우리가 이런 컨트랙을 계속 생산해내지 않는 한 당분간 이 실적은 유지되거나 혹은 경쟁 상황에 내몰리기가 쉽다 이런 말씀을 드려봅니다. 이상입니다.
There seems to be off on a coffee break now. I will try my best to answer the question. Since you don't provide me a definition of what you say is a success or a good year, I'm going to use that myself, my own prerogative to come up with one. And I guess what I would say is I don't think next year is going to be as good as this year. I think 2022 will be seen as a bit of an outlier. I could be wrong. I often have been, and people should never take financial advice from me. But if you sell $20 billion worth of arms and $9 billion, almost half of that, comes from one country, it's very unlikely you're going to find another country next year that's going to sign similarly large numbers of contracts. I think you'll find too Poland will probably not be coming back with as big a contracts. For many countries, arms sales especially big ones like that, are like a python swallowing a rat. You know, it's going to take a while for that to go through the system and be absorbed. So a country will maybe make a big sale and then take a long time before it goes back on the market to buy other things. What do I think will happen? I think that if Korea is lucky, they will settle into basically having sales of around $3 billion a year, which is actually pretty impressive, and could get you, certainly keep you in the top 10 of arms exporting states. Nothing particularly outstanding, not impressive, but still not bad. The big question, again, though, over the long term, is that Korea's got to start looking beyond selling stuff that is impressive but is not particularly high tech. With all due respect to the K9 Thunder, it's just a self-propelled artillery. These have been around for 70, 80 years. Now, it's a good piece of kit. I'm not going to deny that. But there's a lot of good pieces of kit like this. And it's not something sophisticated like a precision-guided munition or a fancy fifth or sixth generation fighter aircraft. And so you have to think about getting beyond a metal bashing commodities similar type of product to basically provide systems that are going to be more cutting edge. To give an example that might strike close to home, when Hyundai started exporting cars to the United States, they sold a very low-end, very cheap, frankly not very good piece of equipment, and it sold, but then it ran out of its market. And it took a while for Hyundai to basically come in and introduce a range of new types of automobiles, all the way up to rather large sedans and particularly sport utility vehicles. And by doing that, you are able to capture a market that, a buyer as he ages and wants larger cars or more fancy cars, you have a product there. And this is something that I think Korea is going to have to think about over the next 10 years, and which will define, I think, whether or not it stays a large arms exporter, is if it can start providing more sophisticated, indigenously developed type of weapon systems. Thank you.
이어서 우리 켄터키 대학의 또 팔리 교수님께 같은 질문 드리겠습니다.
So I would be a little bit more bullish than Dr. Bitzinger. I think that there are a lot of the other defense industries in the world that are under extraordinary stress right now. I think that almost all of the European DIBs are under stress and have significant concerns about capacity, which is going to be a big deal in terms not only of their own rearmament, but also in terms of fulfilling contracts and coming up with new contracts with new customers. I think that even U.S. capacity is in some question at the moment because of the amount of equipment that the United States is transferring to Ukraine and the amount of that equipment that is being expended on the fields of Ukraine. I think also that I would be a little bit more optimistic about the ability of Korea to maintain sales on what we would describe as the lower end. One of the lessons of the Ukraine war thus far has been that artillery still matters, right? Artillery matters a great deal. There were fantastic and spectacular results that we thought we saw from Turkish TB2s, when in fact most of those results we now know were generated by 155 millimeter artillery tubes. And so I think that many of the European suppliers specialized almost to the degree of being boutique producers of high technology equipment. And I think that the demand over the next few years is actually not going to be for that kind of equipment. It's going to be for military organizations that are going to be sort of reestablishing the material base to do basic combined arms warfare, which is going to include artillery pieces and other kinds of fairly basic military equipment. I think also that the structural problems that Russia faces, it's not just the fact that the Russians aren't going to be able to fulfill contracts because they're building too much stuff for themselves. It's also because there are countries running scared from the idea of buying equipment from Russia because of the threat of secondary sanctions, because of the threat of supply disruptions. I think, to name one country in particular, India faces some pretty profound problems with respect to the degree that Russia has played in its defense industrial base. So I will go long. I mean, I'm not going to say I won't say any numbers in terms of actual sales, but I will say that 4, 5, 6 years, Korea is going to be able to say these are good years, right? Good years, and I'll settle on 5, but just to have a number, that these are going to be years of plenty for the Korean defense industrial base.
팔리 교수님 감사드립니다. 비교적 우리 비친거 교수님보다는 조금 낙관적으로 이렇게 한국의 방산에 대해서 말씀을 해주신 것 같습니다. 이어서 우리 종김.
Well, before I joined Boeing, I worked for U.S. government and had maybe 6 years of managing FMS programs. And so my answer is those that are familiar with working with the U.S. government and maybe U.S. industry, you're familiar with the answer, but it depends. And I would say in the immediate outlook, it depends if you have Deputy Minister Sung leading the charge for Korea. Then I see maybe 5 to 7 years of continued success. I would say realistically, and as I mentioned earlier, when we look to partner with someone, we're not looking at next year or 5 years. We're looking at 10, 20, 30 years at least, especially in defense. It takes long time for product development. It takes long time to make defense sales. So it depends on where Korea differentiates itself. Technology, investment, relationships, partnerships. The conversation that I have with my Boeing colleagues in trying to lay out an argument for why Boeing needs to look to Korea for possibly next defense program is look no further than Samsung, LG, Hyundai, and what it was able to do in such a short period of time, in the period of last 20, 30 years. Defense is different. It's not just commercial, but recognizing that I think the leadership of Korea has prioritized defense. I think there's lots of positive outlook for Korea. So really depends on what Korea does and who leads that charge. Thank you.
긍정적으로 보고 또 현대와 다른 기업들이 이렇게 성공한 것을 보면 방위산업도 긍정적으로 볼 수밖에 없다 이렇게 말씀하셨는데 긍정적으로 보고 있는 건 분명한 것 같아요. 우리 R&D 센터를 판교에 주로 설치한 것으로 봐서 이를 보고 있습니다. 이어서 우리 박신영 차장님 낙관이 넘치겠죠?
예, 저희는 일단 저희 포병 사업을 하는 곳이기 때문에 뭐 해군, 뭐 공군 쪽은 잘 모르기는 합니다. 그래서 전반적인 방산 시장의 호황 이런 것들을 어떤 의견을 내기는 굉장히 어렵겠지만 저는 회사 업체 입장에서는 사실 호황이어서 사업이 잘 됐다라고 얘기할 수는 없기 때문에 매년이 위기고 매년 어떻게 하느냐에 따라서 저희한테는 호황이냐 아니냐가 결정이 된다라고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 시장 전망으로 저희가 봤을 때는 올해와 내년이 정점인 것은 맞다라고 판단을 하고 올해 내년에 수확한 그런 계약건으로의 매출은 앞서 말씀하신 대로 27년도 정도까지라고 보고 있습니다. 그러나 이제 만약에 사장님께서 제가 질문을 하셨다라면 그렇다라고 말할 수는 없기 때문에 저희는 지금 이렇게 수출 실적을 기반으로 후속 사업들, MRO 사업, 그리고 성능 개량 사업 지속적으로 이어나갈 거고 이렇게 하게 될 경우에 저희 회사에서는 현재 중장기 전망을 2040년까지 세우는데요. 40년까지 현재 실적을 최대한 유지하겠다. 이게 저희 전망이다라고 말씀드리겠습니다.
예, 뭐 사실 낙관적인 면, 그다음에 비관적인 면 동시에 존재합니다. 뭐 it depends on situation, 뭐 상황에 따라서 다 달라지는 건데 일단 뭐 저는 이제 군대식으로 얘기하면 결론부터 얘기하면 향후 2, 3년간은 현재와 같은 호황을 유지할 겁니다. 그러니까 지금 금년도에 레코드 하이 그 엑스포트 레코드는 더 이상 깨기 쉽지 않을 겁니다. 그렇지만 호황이라는 측면 이거는 상당히 2, 3년 정도 유지될 것이다. 근데 이제 그 2, 3년 동안 저희가 수출하는 것에 대한 그 reputation이 이제 앞으로의 미래를 결정할 거라고 생각합니다. 아까 제가 이제 파트너십 얘기를 했는데 단지 그냥 한국은 바이어로서 또 어떤 특정 국가는 우리는 셀러로서 어떤 특정 국가는 바이어로서 무기 체계를 거래하면 거래가 거기서 끝입니다. 그렇기 때문에 우리는 스트래티직 파트너십을 굉장히 고민을 하고 있고 업체도 가능하면 현지화, 로컬라이제이션이라고 하는 그 이슈를 굉장히 고민을 하고 있습니다. 그 로컬라이제이션이 되려면 결국 트랜스퍼 오브 테크놀로지가 돼야 됩니다. 기술 이전이 돼야 됩니다. 근데 기술 이전을 통해서 우리가 기술을 오히려 뺏기면 안 되지 않습니까? 그래서 우리는 그만큼 기술 주도권을 유지하기 위한 기술 개발을 해야 됩니다. K9의 경우는 K9A2를 이미 시제품을 개발했고 아직도 좀 계속 성능 확인을 통해서 보다 완벽한 K9A2라는 새로운 버전의 그 셀프 프로펠 하위서를 지금 저희가 곧 시장에 내보낼 예정입니다. 이와 같이 우리가 단순한 그냥 현재 있는 것 수출하는 개념으로는 절대 호황을 유지할 수 없다라고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 현재 상황은 당분간은 유지됩니다. 당분간은 아까 제가 잠깐 말씀드렸던 거는 현재 기존의 그 방산 수출국들이 지금 대량 생산 체계 또는 한국처럼 신속하게 딜리버리 할 수 있는 체계가 갖춰지지 않은 틈을 타서 저희가 메인 시장에 들어온 것이지 단순한 우리의 모든 능력 때문에 들어온 건 아니기 때문에 만약 그들 나라가 그런 능력을 갖추게 되면 그때는 정말로 치열한 경쟁이 이루어집니다. 그래서 2, 3년 동안 수출 실적에 대한 레퓨테이션이 제대로 나올 수 있도록 해야 되고 그게 하나의 레퍼런스가 됩니다. 한국의 방산 수출 실적에 대해서 그 사용한 나라들이 입소문으로 주변국에 다 이야기하게 되어 있습니다. K9이 성공적인 사례입니다. 처음에 핀란드 수출하고 에스토니아 수출하고 노르웨이 수출하고 이어서 인도 수출하고 호주 수출하고 등등 이렇게 퍼졌던 것이 우리의 비즈니스 역량도 있지만 그게 일종의 레퍼런스였습니다. 어떤 특정 국가가 사용해서 실적이 좋았기 때문에 수출이 되는 것이지 결코 한국의 노력만으로 되는 것이 아니라고 생각합니다. 향후 2, 3년 호황 그 이유는 it depends on situation입니다. 이상입니다.